I'd like to call to order the Westerly Town Council meeting for Monday, July 13th, 2026. All councils are present except for Councilor LaPetra, who will be arriving shortly, and Councilor Aiello, who always revives after. First on the agenda is invocation with Councilor Shalaba.
I just basically want to say happy birthday to America. Hope we have many, many more years of success, and God bless everyone.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty, and justice for all. First on the agenda, recognitions, awards, and memorials, ratify and confirm. First, we'll proclamation America's 250th and 250 years of Postal Service Day on July 2nd, 2026. Bill, Councilor Aiello is now with us.
Vote to ratify the proclamation.
Motion to ratify and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next, we have on emergency hearings, water consumption restrictions. Item emergency ordinance imposing a penalty for the willful wasting of water, setting water consumption rate restrictions. Town Manager Lacy, could you please inform the council and the public?
Yeah, so the ordinance is, as you can see, is set for 61 days. I've been asked why 61. I don't know the real reason why, but I guess that's a number we've used for previous ordinances of 61 days, which puts us till September 15th, 16th area, which is that's enough time frame to get past the summer months. So originally this came about if last week I had sent out an email regarding we stopped all outside water usage for a period of, I think, 3 days. And then we went to an odd even system on Monday, this past Monday or Tuesday. And basically the resolution is basically for the council to adopt this because the adoption has to come from the council to move forward. Continuation. So the issue was we had kind of the perfect storm. 4th of July week. It's probably the busiest week of the year here with residents coming in. And it fell on a Saturday. Of course, it's a weekend, so it was even more per se. But so to give you kind of an update, we had one tank down. The Bradford tank was down because it's going through the maintenance program. And it was done prior to the 4th of July weekend, but we were waiting for the green light from DEM to allow us to use the water and operate that tank. It was full, but we couldn't use any water out of it until we got the green light from DEM, which we just got middle of last week. So the Bradford tank is up and running again. And again, it's just a storage tank. So to give you kind of a breakdown of things, so I know it's gone out because the pressure dropped in the system and people would notice in some areas, like where I live, I didn't notice any change in pressure at all. Many people wouldn't, but some of the areas did notice some pressure drop. The pressure never dropped below 20 pounds of pressure in the system at any given time, which is all we have to maintain. However, we have areas in town, the beach has 70 to 90 pounds of pressure just because of where it is on the system. So if they drop to a 20 pounds of pressure, they're going to notice a difference coming out of their faucets. To give you kind of an overview, so the water department can pump a little over 7 million gallons a day maximum based on all the wells at full operation. They vary between wells and the rates of the pumps, the speed of the pumps, depending on how much water they're pumping. So they vary the wells based on the demand for use. So in the summer months, to give you an idea, we can pump a little over 7 million gallons a day. In the summer months, the consumption is right around 6 to 6.2 million gallons a day we're consuming. To give you an idea, we pump I take that back. We pump 6.2 million gallons a day. We do not ramp all the pumps up to 100% to get over 7. We pump roughly around 6.2 million gallons a day in the summer months. The consumption in the summer months is right around 5, a little bit over 5 million gallons a day. The winter months, to give you an idea of the difference, the consumption is about 3.8 million gallons a day. So we ramp the pumps down to only obviously pump what is needed, because the tanks, the storage capacity, so the pumping system or you're filling the tanks. Once the tanks get the capacity, things shut down. So, so storage capacity, to give you between all the tanks we have, is about 3 million gallons. The storage capacity we have in the tanks is not necessarily for water consumption, it's for fire protection. Because you got to, in the time, if you need to use fire hydrants through a fire, then you need that capacity limits for the surge of a fire. The general system for daily consumption is usually not an issue. So we have summer months, it was hot. We haven't had any rain in a while. We're in a severe drought in the southern tip of Rhode Island. So what does that mean? People are using irrigation systems in the lawns. And more people are starting to use irrigation systems in lawns. They want nice lawns. They want them nice and green. So you have irrigation systems, 4th of July weekend. One of the tanks would not, well, it was full, but we couldn't use it. And yet, so for the previous 4 days, you saw the demand at night, like 4 in the morning when all the irrigation systems come on, you can watch the computer system, the drops in the tanks, because that's when we're using the most water in the summer months. So any rate, they noticed kind of a drop in the tanks, not getting back to the capacity for probably 2 or 3 weeks, but it was a short amount, and they were kind of monitoring it. And then it got to the point I received a call from Max saying, hey, we got to do something here because we can't get the tanks back up to capacity. What we found in doing all this, we had a 4-inch main break on the state beach property. Not on our side, it was on the state side, so it had to be repaired by the state. They just put in all those new fancy ticket booths right next to one of the booths. Obviously, something was damaged when they put in all the new booths. That's the assumption. We're assumption, it wasn't a break in the line, it was a separation in the line. So give you an idea, 4-inch main, full-blown load, 70 pounds of pressure, 275 gallons and 275,000 gallons an hour loss. So do the math over a 24-hour period, how much money we're losing on a 4-inch main. Millions of gallons a day pumping out of that. You're in sandy soil, so you see nothing. It's going into the ground. They received a call down there because a guy on a UTV monitoring the parking lot sunk down right next to one of the booths. When I went down there with the water department, the water guy could put his arm in the ground all the way up to his shoulder with just he was going down trying to find the pipe. So we shut their main off during July 2nd, Thursday, July 2nd. We shut the main off to the building and said they had to fix it. They did come in, they had a company come in and fix it that night. Max anticipates it was probably a couple weeks. It was pouring out at 275,000 gallons an hour. Granted, there's no charge for that because it's on this side of the meter, so no one pays for that. They fixed it. We turned the water back on to the State Beach facility. That night about 1 a.m. it was turned back on, and we noticed all the tanks start to go back up. So we're in the rule of thought, but we were losing all the water from this 4-inch main, plus consumption, plus the Bradford one being down. So at any rate, we feel as though the odd even, right now we're fine. Tanks are full, everything's flowing, everything's back up to pressure. There's no issues, but we feel as though just for conservation of water, it's probably in the best interest to do the odd even. This week's going to be humid, it's dry again. I think that makes the most sense. It doesn't really impact anyone. You should be only watering your lawn every other day anyway if you're watering. And there obviously is a fine involved. We have the police department monitoring on 3rd shift. They're actually going up to doors and knocking on doors, waking people up at 3, 4 in the morning, telling them they have to change their system. We've alerted the sprinkler companies that maintain these systems. They have to set the clocks on if you're an odd house on odd days, even house, even days. So that's what's before you. Again, there's no, just to be clear, we did not run out of water. There is not an issue with the amount of water we have. It's the amount we can pump. There's plenty of water in the ground. If we had 2 more wells, the well pumps 1 million gallons a day, you could go to 8 million, 9 million, 10 million, whatever we wanted to, whatever consumption levels we wanted to get up to. We're not running out of water. It has nothing to do with that. It's just the capacity of what we could pump. Now, they say around a little over 7 million gallons a day is the maximum. If they really ramped up the pumps, they could get more than that, but you don't because it obviously lessens the life expectancy of the pumps. So again, just to remind, we did put money in this year's budget to do a study to evaluate locations for an additional well. A well went offline, and Chris, you mentioned it back in 01, 99, the one in Pawcatuck, and it was never replaced. The anticipation was Rhode Island Energy paid us a
Noise
lump
Ave,
sum.
Noise Ave well.
Noise Ave. It was never replaced. I don't know why. And another, the consultant we have for the water is putting together a proposal because and part of the problem, if we had pumping system, there's pumping stations that boost the pressure up in it to pull the water all through town. We're short on those too. We should have a couple other pumping stations which would maintain the water pressure and levels in the tank. So, it's kind of a neat system. I know more about water now than I ever knew, but, so we're going to do that, have a consultant put a proposal together to do a well study on possible locations of a new well. Takes you years to do it, though. It's not something next week you put into a well in. Department of Health has to regulate it. There's a whole, Department of Health is pushing for reservoirs now. We don't have reservoirs. Our aquifer is underground. That's another whole, you're talking tens of millions if you were getting into something like that. But, so that's basically it and why we're where we're at, and why we're looking to go to an odd even. From Max's side, from Watershed, it's probably something we should consider on an annual basis, as many communities do, go to odd even. It doesn't even matter if we have plenty of water. It protects our infrastructure. So it's something maybe we should consider down the road, maybe May 1st every year, go to an odd even through, September 15th or something like that. It doesn't hurt anything. Now keep in mind, we're also supplying 6,000 residents over in Stonington that fall under the same rules, same water consumption. It becomes a little bit tricky on enforcement over there, but we are working on that. Now, they put out the same message to the residents over there, the police, they put out the message and they're monitoring it for us. So that's where we're at. Question?
Thank you. Thank you for that summary. Councilor Shalaba?
Mr. Manager, if I may ask a few questions. With Stonington, do we know how many residents are on our water system and how much the capacity is, changes with that, especially we've got 300 houses coming in and a possible another 800 houses on the Stonington side come in?
So there is a water study that's done for any project. It doesn't matter if it's on the Western Connecticut side, that goes to our consultant, Weston and Sampson, to determine if we have the capacity, what are the limits, what's the usage, before any study is, and again, if it gets to a point, one of these projects say, no, you don't have the capacity, well, then the project has to come up with another, either we require them or they contribute to a new well, right? Or keep in mind, the downside of somebody putting in their own well, they're all drawing off the same water. Everyone's drawing off the same water. So Stonington has 6,000 units, meaning that's what the residents, it doesn't mean people. There could be 5 people in a house. There's 6,000 on their side. There's 9,000 on our side in Westerly. So we have a total of 15,000 services.
Okay. And then, with Stonington, do we know what our agreement is with them as far as water?
It's attached to the agenda. It was attached to the agenda. The original agreement dated 1897, I believe.
So do we think that is something we probably need to re-look at? Because I have a feeling with our infrastructure and us wanting to build, and we've got all these places around here that we're looking to build, they're looking to build all on this water system, that this is going to be a problem, I think, that's going to happen every summer.
Well, this has happened over summers, over the years since I was a kid. We've gone to odd and even days. I don't think definitely our usage is up because of development. There's no doubt about it. And if we continue to, we will continue to develop things, usage will go up. But again, keep in mind, things are a lot efficient now. A toilet is using a third of the water it did back in the 70s. So with efficiency, you should.
The last ban that we had was 2002.
No, just 3 years ago, we did not even.
Well, that's not a ban, but
Oh, well, that's a restricting. Well, you're saying ban as far as all outside usage?
yes.
It could have been, I don't know, but I know we've done multiple odd even.
Yeah, there's no hardship without even, in my opinion. I don't mean to jump in, but that's how long it's been since.
That's probably, as far as a complete ban, yeah, you could be, I didn't look at that, but the odd even we've done numerous times. Seems to be every couple of years we're putting it in place depending on what type of summer we have. But I think we'd have to let Bill take a look at the agreement, but they have as much right to the water as we have the right to the water. It's an agreement. I mean, we can't, I know because I've gotten calls, we'll shut Stonington, we can't shut Stonington off. I mean, we're supplying them with water.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm
Yeah.
not saying that, but maybe we need to just kind of relook at it.
Right, we have to make sure we have enforcement measures in place that work on that side.
Right.
That's my only concern at this point.
And
There
then,
has to be enforcement measures that work on the Connecticut side.
and then just for the public, can you clarify, because I know these questions have come up about golf courses, the car washes with their water.
Commercial
consumption.
properties are not subject to the water ban. You cannot restrict them. I mean, Darlington Fabric or Moore's Mill can consume up to 500,000 gallons of water to 1,000,000 gallons a day, just in their operation. You cannot restrict them. Commercial car washes, there's not restrictions on. Golf courses, there are not, but keep in mind, most of the courses in town, I think all, they might use some town water, have their own, well on site.
Mhm.
So keep in mind, there's some properties that are on the Westerly water, they put their own well in just for irrigation.
Right.
So you might see a sprinkle on. If we go check, they're allowed to because it's their own system.
And some of the car washes, most of the water is recyclable anyway, so
They do a
this is
water
just letting it
recycling
out for the
program, that's
people to
correct.
know that.
And keep in mind, somebody on a well, there's another question we get, somebody on a well, there's only 85% of Westerly is on town water. So the 15% that's not, if you're on your own well system, we can't put restrictions in place.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else like to speak? Councilor LaPetra?
If it's okay first, I just want to read what is going to be banned every other day, if I could. The watering of lawns, the filling of swimming pools, the filling of wading pools, the washing of exterior siding of housing, the washing of motor vehicles, the washing of sidewalks, the washing of boats and vessels, and similar water use. Now, out of all those uses, I only want to talk about one of them, the watering of lawns. Okay, so I spend, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of dollars in pump stations when I was a kid. My father used to work third shift and he kidnapped me and we'd go play pitch all night. So I used to see this in action. All right. So during the time from midnight to 4 in the morning is when the wells recharge. Also the time when people around town like to water their lawns. So my question is, one, what are we really doing? I know you say the police are going, looking around at 2 o'clock in the morning and trying to see what water in their lawn. And that's great that they are. First question is, what is the fine if they do catch somebody for that?
That's what's before you, it was $100.
Okay.
$100 fine. It's just $100.
Oh, that's right on here? Okay.
Yeah, each violation, that's in the actual the ordinance before you. But usually we find, they'll tell you on the water side, 4 AM is when most systems kick on, and that's when you start to see consumption.
Okay,
From
now if I,
midnight to 4, yes, you're replenishing, you're right.
Sure.
4 AM, you can watch, you can almost watch.
sure, I used to see, here's my question. If you have $100,000 lawn, are you gonna care if you have $100 fine?
Well, if we're finding you every day for doing it every other day, I'm sure, again, this is educational, you ask for compliance.
Yeah, okay.
I can't, and you don't, and I say the police going around, you're right, but we don't have to. You would not believe the amount of messages I get and calls of so-and-so, my next door neighbor, please don't tell them is watering their, everybody tells everybody, which we appreciate. That's how we know.
Well, twofold, I would wonder if maybe we should up that fine. And two, is there, I mean, I think if we just took away the watering of lawns, I think we'd almost be okay with the rest of it. So I think that's the culprit here. The lawns being watered between, once the sprinklers kick on at midnight, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning, whatever it is. So could we increase that fine? Is there any appetite to do that or no? I'm getting no's, yeah.
I was gonna say, you as a council can set
Yeah,
the fine at any
sure.
amount you want. As far as complete banning of watering lawns, I think you'd struggle. People spend tens of thousands on their.
Yeah,
lawns.
that's
I
what
mean, I
it's-
guess you look at if your lawn burns up, you don't have to spend gas on your mower, you don't pay the landscaper, you don't, I mean, I guess it can be beneficial, but some people like the look of their lawn. I don't think that would be fair, completely banning outside watering, but
Well, I mean, I wouldn't ban watering your lawn. I would say maybe that's the part of the ban that we have to focus on, is what I was thinking. And maybe to come down harder on that if it was violated. That's,
I mean, you have to, if you have a pool, you have to, if it.
well, I'm not worried
have
about
to
the,
fill it
yeah,
up.
you
I
gotta
mean,
have, you got a
yeah.
pool, you gotta fill it. I get it. All right. I don't know. It's just a thought.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Council Vandover?
I don't know if this is the time, but there's some typos in here. Are we going to be updating this or?
Let's correct the typos. Well, I mean,
Yeah,
no.
there's a.
I
there's-
think we went, Mary just went by the previous ordinance we used, right? You just went by the
Yeah.
Is that what you're referring to?
Well, it says approved March 31st, 1887 is.
Oh, no,
is
that's the agreement. That's the
The-
original agreement.
Yes.
That's not the ordinance.
correct. These.
So we can't correct that. That's what they signed in
Okay, so we
1897.
cannot correct. it.
No,
Okay.
that's what's on file.
It's 1887 that she's talking about. That's not the one before us.
I didn't know if we could fix the typos. That's all I have to say.
The original one is in cursive. So if you want to challenge yourself to reading a document, read that one.
Real quick.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Counselor Aiello.
Yeah, just very quickly. No, I mean, I support the odd even. I would have supported it last year, as you know, too. We lucked out. We lucked out last year. But no, I support that and the new council, I guess, will deliberate whether or not to do it. But yeah, I mean, it can be a smart move. And yeah, I don't want to cherry pick different kinds of fines for different types of things. So he read those things off. So if somebody goes outside with a watering can and wants to water their vegetable or hanging pot, that's not included.
I had a lady call to tell me she filled the watering pitcher at her kitchen sink to water her flowers, then she's not really using outside water. And again,
We're not
we're
getting-
asking
I
for
know.
people to cooperate.
Just wanted,
That's all.
yeah, no, the consumption. I just trying to preempt some phone calls and so no. I think it's a good move, especially this year. We're up and down with dry spells and wet spells, so it's a smart move.
Everyone's spoken. I also in favor of the odd even. I don't think it's a hardship. I think you can have a healthy lawn. Just as a history, in 2002, when I first got on the council, and we did have water bans every year. We had complete shutdown due to in boil water orders. So the water department in that period of time had drilled 2 new wells one in White Rock, one in Bradford 4. Replaced the Winnapock tank, 500,000 gallons to 1 million gallons. On Beach Ave, we put a booster pump in to get the water to that tank and to the beach area. And we also got through National Grid at the time, they paid for a 20-inch main from White Rock to High Street to give more capacity. So the water department has been very much on top of this. Having more money to drill, to look for new wells is very prudent. I like the report that we're not in any jeopardy, so I can't imagine raising fines or things like that. People, when they found out about this water ban, they immediately complied, took a few knocks on the door.
That's what I
One was
found.
my family member.
I did not get any negative responses, which is unusual. I got people looking to cooperate and telling everyone that is doing something. But figure some of these systems are on timers and some of the homeowners don't even know how to work them. I mean,
Yeah.
the sprinkler company sets them up and they have to get an appointment for them to come back and reschedule them. So
Make a motion to approve the ordinance.
Is it in front of us properly?
What's that? I was going to second it, but what was your question, Chris?
Is the ordinance in front of us right now
Yeah, it should be right on
with
the
this
agenda.
presentation?
Yes,
Okay.
I'll second the
Motion made
motion.
and seconded by Councilor Petra. Just
Mr. Aiello did.
discussion on the ordinance? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Odd even is in. Next, presentations from the U.S. Small Business Administration. Disaster loan program for small businesses and nonprofits with economic losses from the February blizzard. Elizabeth Canfield, Public Affairs Specialist, Field Operations Center East.
Okay, and my name is Monica Miles. I'm substituting for my colleague Elizabeth Canfield, who had a family emergency. Okay. She had a family emergency, so I'm substituting for her. Okay.
Is that mic on prop?
Are you?
Do you want to sit in the middle table? Never mind.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so the U.S. Small Business Administration wants to make sure that businesses and most private nonprofit organizations in the state of Rhode Island are aware that they can apply for a low interest rate economic injury disaster loan if they believe that as a direct result of the snowstorm that occurred back on February 22nd through the 24th of this year, that they have sustained an economic injury. They do not have to have any kind of physical damage that happened to their business or nonprofit organization, but instead, as a direct result of the snowstorm, they believe that they have evidence that they sustained an economic injury, a loss in their expected income for their business or for their nonprofit organization. The SBA has loans of a maximum of up to $2 million for the economic injury. And an economic injury can occur in various ways, including where customers just aren't able to get to the business due to streets being closed, the amount of snow that came here, people having to deal with their own home situation or their own business situation, not being able to make the purchases that they ordinarily would make, utilities being off, again, streets closed, things of that nature. People canceling their contract because other people can't get to an event maybe that they had scheduled during that time period. And if as a result of that, the business or the nonprofit realizes that they have not received the amount of money that they needed in order to pay their ordinary and necessary bills, they can come to the SBA, whether they're a large business or a small business, to apply for a low interest rate disaster loan. For the business, the interest rate is 4%. And it stays at the 4% for the entire period of the loan. And for a nonprofit organization, the interest rate is 3.625%. And again, that would stay at the same rate for the entire length of the loan. Most loan terms are 30 years. If somebody wants to pay off the loan prior to the 30-year time period, they can do so. There's no application fee to apply for the loan. If somebody receives the loan and they decide they don't want the loan after all, they don't have to accept it. And if the SBA offers them a loan at a particular amount and they feel that they don't want a loan that large, they don't have to accept the amount of money that the SBA offers them. They can ask for a lower amount of the loan, and that's no problem whatsoever. During the first year of the loan, no interest accrues whatsoever, and the first payment is not due on the loan until 1 year after they receive the first proceeds from the loan. We ask people to gather some of their items in order to apply for the loan. Right now, we don't have customer service representatives in the state any longer, but they can call the SBA to get some additional help at 1-800-659-2955. And the SBA will help them. They would want to gather like their identification card, their social security numbers, the business employer identification number. If there's more than one owner of the business, that we would need that type of identification for each of the owners. We would ask them to gather their most recent income tax return. They may be required to provide an additional income tax returns as well. The SBA takes a look at what their current expenses are and their current income as well to make a determination as to the amount of a loan that they would qualify for. There's not really a true set amount in terms of how the SBA determines who qualifies and who doesn't. However, the SBA does need to be satisfied that the applicant would be able to pay the loan back. And that this situation did happen to their business. The funds are not to be used for physical damage that may have occurred. It's to pay their ordinary and necessary bills, such as their payroll, the rent, a mortgage, things of that nature, their utilities, not to upgrade the business or anything like that. So they can get free assistance from the Small Business Development Center that's located in the state. And that's available to the businesses, not usually the nonprofit organizations. Sometimes the SBA asks the applicant to come up with a schedule of some of their business activities. If the person's not familiar with that, they can certainly go to the Small Business Development Center and get assistance with creating that document that the SBA has requested for them. In addition, the SBA sometimes can go above the 2 million mark if there is a business that much of the community relies upon, and that if that business for some reason was not able to fully recover itself, then the SBA's administrator does have the ability to increase the maximum amount above the $2 million. For the most part, that is our program. So again, if anybody needs some more information from the SBA, they can call us. If the person is hearing or speech impaired, they can they can get in touch with the SBA by calling 711, and they'll be attached to a relay system so that the SBA and they can communicate with each other. That's pretty much our program.
Very good, thank you. Questions of the council? Councilor Healy?
You mentioned that early payment is okay. Is there any penalties or anything for paying it off early?
No penalties whatsoever.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any other councilors? Councilor LaPetra?
All right, I do have a couple questions on EIDL loans in general. These are basically the same loans, the EIDL loans that were given out for COVID. Is that the same model?
Yes.
5, 10, 15, okay. There's still a lot of, I don't know, well, let's say billions of dollars default in those loans. And my first question is, does the federal government, are they at some point going to start attaching tax returns to recoup that money? Are you guys independent from the IRS? I don't know if you know the answer to this. I'm just asking that as a personal query.
Well, we do require, the income tax statement. Sometimes for a business might have just organized and they don't have their first income tax statement just yet, but we do ask for the income tax statement, but I'm not aware of any particular relationship between the SBA and the Internal Revenue Service.
So if somebody doesn't pay you back, what are your collection actions?
Where there is collection offices, let's say, that work with the SBA. So I think there are efforts to get the funds back and to help people get onto a payment plan and as well.
Okay,
So there's efforts to get the money.
all right, and I guess I think there's gonna be a lot of lost money out there. I wish I had a more definitive answer there. My second question is the nonprofits. I understand why you would give the loans to profit businesses, people using a business as a form and make themselves a living, but not only are you including nonprofits, you even giving them a lower interest rate. What is the thought behind that? Just to keep we had 2 days of snow. These nonprofits, you expect a lot of them to apply?
Well, nonprofits do apply. That the main applicant well, of course, for this would be the business, but when there's the FEMA's involved as well, and it's the presidential declaration and the homeowners also involved, usually the main applicant is the homeowners, actually, for us. But I'm sure that back when the laws was established, there was a group of people saying, hey, how about nonprofit organizations as well? We need some help from the federal government as well when a disaster.
Because the no
happens.
income tax wasn't enough help, right? No, I'm kidding. Go ahead. Go ahead.
But so I think that's just, people, wanted to get certain help from the government and it was included as part of the law.
Thank you. Thank you for your
Mhm.
time.
Okay.
Council Van Dover.
Hi, thanks for coming out and speaking. So this is a government loan, basically, correct?
Yes.
Okay, how do you know, what they spend it on? How is it monitored?
Well, the SBA often sends somebody out to the well, people evaluate what the paperwork is that they give. I was about to say they send somebody out, but they don't necessarily do that here because it's not physical damage. It's not included. So they tell the applicant what they are to do. And then if it's determined later on that they did not do that, that they were given the money to pay their staff or pay the rent or something like that. And they decided to put a little extra something going to their business establishment, extra room or something like that. And perhaps in the thought of that they were going to make some additional money out of it, then the SBA, can, probably prohibit them from being able to apply at a future loan. I know that when the SBA tells some applicants that they have to get insurance and the people don't, then that can be a problem where they might not be able to get another loan with the SBA.
So what happens if you do find someone that did that? They used it for putting an addition on their building instead of paying their payroll. Let's just say hypothetically. So are people held responsible? I mean, do you cancel the loan? What happens there?
I actually haven't heard of any situation where that actually did happen. However, the SBA does try to follow up on these different things. And I know that if, like with the example with the insurance, that if they don't get it, then they might not be eligible for a loan in the future.
I only ask because if these go into default, the taxpayer is going to be responsible for paying these back. I'm sure somehow they're going to make it so that we have to pay it back somehow. So I appreciate your answer and thank you for coming out.
Thank you.
Council Shalaba.
Thank you for coming. I just want to clarify, not everybody qualifies for the loans, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
That's correct.
Council Niemeyer.
Well, thank you for coming. Are there any restrictions on the kinds of businesses that are allowed to apply, or is it fairly open?
There are some restrictions on the type of businesses that can apply. However, my department really doesn't have that information, so I don't want to give any kind of potential example
Gotcha.
about that.
Okay, and for anyone listening who may be interested, could you reiterate how they can get in contact with the SBA?
Yes, you can call the SBA at 1-800-659-2955. And you can also go to the SBA's website. If somebody just wants to review the information about the loans in general, the best website is sba.gov/disaster. If somebody feels like they're already ready to apply for a low interest rate disaster loan with the SBA, they can go to our website, https://lending.sba.gov. And they can immediately start, to submit an application.
All right, well, thank you again for coming.
All right, thank you all for listening. Take care. Thanks.
Before you leave, I just had
Oh, okay.
I know Mike summarized the code and all, that's great. I was wondering if there are any existing loans that have applied in Westerly from the storm.
You know, I did try to get information about that before coming here, but I wasn't able to receive it. So I can email you all with that information.
Okay,
Mhm.
and this is a loan, not a grant, and
Correct.
the public service, thank you for coming and
All
letting the
right.
public
Okay.
and the council know of this. Thank
All
you
right.
so much.
Thank you all. Take care.
Okay. Next is citizens' comments. This section of citizens' comments is limited to 5 minutes per person on any topic that is listed on the agenda. We have a sign-up sheet, and then after that, anybody in the audience that would like to speak can speak. So first on the list is John Gagne.
New microphone. John Gagne, 6 Narragansett Avenue. I want to talk about charter questions. First is terms. Under the terms, under the charter, when we were doing the charter revision, and Councilor Niemeyer will remember this, we were under the impression that it said the school committee was there for two terms. And we said, that's very good. We should make that for the town council. Well, it turned out, and Mr. Connolly gave a memo on February 2nd, no, February 27th of this year, outlining that there was, and it's on page 2, unfortunately, the language of section 111-1-1 of the town charter is not consistent with the town charter amendments approved by the voters in 2016. So we thought it said one thing, it actually said another. What we were trying to get at, it talks about 4-year terms. We get rid of the use of 4-year terms. Why? And Councilor Niemeyer can attest to this. The math doesn't work out. If someone's sitting here and they get appointed or they're assigned a 2-year term, so they can run for reelection, right? That means they're there for 6 years. Then it's election time again. Can they run again? The answer is if it says 8 years, they can. Now, what happens if they get elected? And this is what the commission dealt with. So that's why you see under there, and what I'd ask for you to do is put a charter question to match what is on the town council. I asked this to get entered into the record on the town council side. And the town council side says simply this: no town councilor will be able to serve more than 2 consecutive terms, period. So if they should match and we'll be good. The other thing that was kicked around some discussion, I think it's Mary's questions about till the next election. Yeah, I think that's a good change. In fact, we dealt with this and I don't know, and I take responsibility for it. I don't know why that didn't make it in there. That is the next logical election that's happening, the people affirm. The whole thing about the council appointing, the commission was very, very clear. We want politics out of it whenever possible. It makes your job easier and it gives people confidence in their government if the voters decide. If the voters decide who's going to be there. The next thing is there's a question that you have. And this has to do with removal of people on boards and commissions for non-attendance. Well, if you look at the charter, you actually have that power today. It's under 2-1-9 of the town charter. And if you look into 2-1-9, the council shall have the power. And if you go to G, it says remove members of boards and commissions as designated by this charter or may hereafter be established. Removal must be for cause, which anticipates a determination by the council that the actions and or inactions of a member are inconsistent with the town charter and the role and the duty of the board or commission. Removal for cause shall include but not limited to: 1, failure to meet the duties and responsibilities. 2, chronic and or habitual unexcused absences from meetings, workshops, or other commitments of the board of commissions. You already have that power. Now, as far as the town council goes, the people decide who gets to sit up here. I would strongly advise you to avoid that. Now, Councilor Duham and myself removed to, or worked and had hearings with 2. We had personnel meetings with 2 members who ultimately resigned using this very power within there. So it already exists. BCI, check. Is kind of troubling, I guess, for the ACLU, I hear is troubling, but the power also exists today under Rhode Island state law. Article 3, Section 2, Title 17-14. Okay, and under the provisions 17, 14, and 13, okay, there is provisions in here for the Board of Canvassers, so you can challenge somebody today if they have issues. But the idea that we would run background checks on volunteers, you think it's tough getting volunteers now? Oh, I had a speeding ticket in 19, you'll have little old ladies and little old men who have all kinds of talent who will be avoiding service in this town because they think that their speeding ticket will get exposed. Now, it wouldn't get exposed on a BCI check, but
Thanks,
the
Matt.
point being is, what are we doing? You know, as far
Right.
as candidates, you can challenge a candidate right now. That's not, you're putting a record.
Mr.
Thank
President.
you, John.
Mr. President, if I may ask, if you're going to indulge me for, so we have a rare opportunity here with the chair of the most recent Charter Revision Commission at the podium. Would I be able to ask him a question about one of our questions, or
Not at
could
this
he,
time.
or could I ask him a question when this comes up on the agenda later? Is that something that you would
We
entertain?
could consider it, but it's definitely a discussion. It's the preliminary review by this council. We can't speak of charter revisions amongst ourselves. As you know, the Open Meetings Act, in fact, we advertised it at our last meeting, and Councilor Aiello felt it was
So
inappropriate to discuss. So this is really the first time the council's going to broach it. We're not really in the weeds.
right.
So could I ask him a question when it comes up on the agenda then, since it's been properly advertised in that manner?
I would like the council to, if it comes to that, Councilor LaPetra, let's talk about it, but I'd like the council to discuss it.
If I might have your patience for one more thing, that has to do with the water, odd and even.
I'll make a motion to allow him to speak for another minute.
Second.
Okay. I'm going to vote no, but go ahead.
Okay, all right. So watering odd and even, I have clients, I tell you, I'm responsible for their watering. I've set them odd and even forever. You're not gonna kill a lawn in 48 hours. You're not gonna kill plants. Everything is fine. You'll pick up capacity by reducing demand. To water, the estimates are watering 1,000 square feet of lawn is 623 gallons per cycle. Water for a human being, 60 to 70 gallons per day. So, something to think about. Odd and even won't hurt anybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ben Weber.
Ben Weber, 3 Blossom Court. I'm Chair of the Harbor Management Commission, speaking on my own accord tonight, not representing anybody. I'm here to remind you guys what you're here for, how you were put here. You were here by the voters. When you took an oath, you agreed to put all your thoughts, feelings, personal beliefs aside and represent the public, your constituents, on all matters necessary. It's not political, it's not personal. So when you presented facts, that's how your decisions should be made, based on facts. With that being said, there's just three things I wanted to touch upon real quick. Appointments, Harbor Management Commission. We have one applicant here tonight. In my own personal opinion, I couldn't think of a greater candidate to fill that role. Someone that has been in the thick of the weeds for the last 6 years, already up to speed, already was an integral part of everything that has been done, all the research in the last 6 years. Harbor Management Commission has gotten 2 rights of ways established, many more sent to CRMC. That's since the 70s. A lot of research, all the homework's being done for you guys. But it is your job to look at the homework. It is your job to base your decisions on the homework that's presented to you. The possible amendments to the Westerly Town Charter, 3 absences. Unfortunately, that would disqualify just about everybody, usually, in a year. You know, I had surgery, I was out. I didn't want to have my gallbladder. And like John Gagne said, it's already covered. It's already in there. Just got to read it. You do have that power already. The other one, election, electronic publications, that's straight up discriminatory. Not everybody can afford electronic devices. Not everybody can afford electricity. So, hey, some people live that way. That's their reality. BCI check, I mean, you can already do that as well. I don't think it needs to be put on a billboard. It's public information. Anybody can find it if they're looking for it already. And the possible amendments to the charter bring me to executive session. 75% of the public voted to make it not your responsibility to give up any rights of ways or interest in rights of ways. Again, and I started this with, you guys were put there to represent the public based on facts. Numerous times we've come up here, we've presented you facts. You guys are the client. Have you asked your solicitor to hear the minutes based on the 2008 resolution that this argument was already decided between 2 parties? Why haven't we filed any dismissals for that? Why are we talking in executive session? State of Rhode Island and the town of Westerly are landowners. That's why we have a right to get out there. Property owners with a right of way. What could you possibly be negotiating in executive session? Again, they want control. Of course they do, if they can get it. It's your job to make sure they don't. That's why we do what we do. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes the sign-up sheet. If there's anyone in the audience that would like to speak, please come forward. State your name and address.
Hi, my name is Ellen Kane. I live at 76 Winnapaug Road. I'm here in support of Joy Cordio's candidacy for the Harbor Management Commission. I'm on the Harbor Management Commission, but I'm speaking not on their behalf, but on my own. I want to say we would be very lucky to have her rejoin the Harbor Management Commission, not as town council liaison, but as a working voting member. As you may know, we are in the process in the Harbor Management Commission of starting to to update the out-of-date information, the inaccuracies in the harbor management plan. We're doing a line-by-line rewrite. And she is a perfect candidate for that. She is up to speed on all the issues. As a town council member, she had more exposure to water quality issues, the sewer issues, town planning, the rec board, recreation issues, Conservation Commission, all of the things that if you read, but the mission of the harbor management plan are contained in that. 3 former members of the commission, I haven't asked them, but I would totally bet that they would also support her being back on the commission. 2 members had to leave for health, 1 other for scheduling, but if she can write. She would be a great team player. We worked very hard and very well all together over the course of her time as a liaison. She's got a proven track record with that. And the task at hand would be focused within the harbor management plan group. I mean, then we rewrite, we vote to send our draft to you. You look at the draft, you talk with the public about it, you make changes, and then you make the decision about sending it to the CRMC. So the task would be different than her time on the town council, but focused and incredibly valuable. I think it's, her resume, I couldn't see it online, so I'm assuming that it, tells you all the things that I've just said. But I'm here because I worry. Having been a more recent resident of Westerly and learning about Westerly politics as opposed to Boston politics, which are pretty rugged also, which is where I grew up. I'm concerned that this could be a vote based on, not on governing, which is what the task really is, how to help, how to, recommend things to the town council so that you make the decisions about governing. I'm concerned it would be based on politics. I'm concerned it could be a straight partisan for Democrats to Republicans, 1 independent vote, which I don't think serves the people well in terms of making, hiring decisions, which is essentially what this is. So it could be partisan politics, it could be personality politics, leftover feelings about old issues on prior town council, but that's not relevant, to the vote at hand for this job. Or it could be, discomfort or payback for just disagreements, because you have the power to do so. But you also have the power to make a thoughtful decision about the qualifications, for the job. I'm also worried because I've heard rumors. And if I heard rumors, because I don't know everybody in town, then there are rumors that are flying. One is that she kind of gets blamed for the litigation with Watch Hill. I've heard that, over a few years. 3 quick facts. March 6, 2023, there was a unanimous vote by the town council against Watch Hill's dredging project, which threatened Fort Road right of way. And there was also some discussion about, marking it as a right of way. As you recall, the people that voted for that unanimous vote were Councilor Shalaba, LaPetra, and Aiello and Cordio, and Mr. Marone was president at the time. Watch Hill Fire District filed their lawsuit against the town a couple months after that, May 4th, 2023. Then 6/14/23, there was a second unanimous vote by the same town council, same members, to refer Fort Road to the CRMC for state right-of-way designation. So she can hardly take the blame for that. So again, I would respectfully request that you consider your vote for her. And if you vote against, I respectfully ask you to state your reasons why for such an outstanding candidate. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience that would like to speak, please come forward and state your name and address.
Anthony Palazzolo, Pendleton Hill Road, North Stonington, Connecticut. I'm licensed to practice law in Connecticut and in California. I'm not licensed to practice in Rhode Island. Nothing I say here tonight should indicate otherwise. I don't have any clients in Rhode Island with Rhode Island Matters, even though I've been doing access advocacy for my personal benefit for 6 years. Never took a dime from anybody. I'm here to speak on behalf of Joy Cordio's candidacy for the Harbor Management Commission and against tyranny because they are one and the same topic. From 1977 to 2020, 43 years, the Westerly Town Council has never had a councilor say that they're against rights of ways. The only one I've ever heard is Robert Lombardo. Might be the only thing he's ever said that's true. He was just honest about it. Hates rights of ways and the people who support them. Nonetheless, from 1977 to 2020, all of the councilors who are always pro-access couldn't find it in their hearts to send one right of way to CRMC for designation. In 2020, we filled these halls and defeated Chris Duhamel and Bill Conley's efforts to stop Spring Avenue from going to CRMC. The critical element there was that Bill Aiello said that the public said they had evidence that that's a right of way and they should bring it forward. A 60-page pictorial timeline was produced within 7 days because Bill Aiello was willing to reach out to the public, and it's something that is done so rarely here. There wasn't another referral until Joy Cordio became a member of this council. And then 4 of them went to CRMC. Waters Edge Road, Everett Avenue, the Sand Trail, and Fort Road. In part due to the efforts of Bill Aiello and Dylan LaPetra. But largely because Joy Cordio was relentless in reaching out to the public to get the facts to make those referrals. Since then, we've had 5 more successful referrals to the CRMC. I know because I did them myself. I worked with members of the public. I worked with the Harbor Management Commission. Those people on the Harbor Management Commission are getting results because they talk to me and other members of the public. 5 out of 5 were accepted by the CRMC, and you were left to tag along and say, oh, we want that too. That's why Joy Cordio needs to be on the Harbor Management Commission. Because if you really support rights of ways, she will get that done just like she did when she was a councilor. The contrary example we have here was with the Watch Hill Lighthouse. Unfortunately, Bill Aiello had a lapse in judgment, circled the wagons around Bill Conley, said, oh, we're going to handle it with our boy. He's got all kinds of great things going on. We can't tell you what they are, but we sit in the back and have secret meetings, and he's got great stuff. And the public got screwed. That's why Joy Cordio should be on the Harbor Management Commission. Now, one more point about this. I heard disturbing rumors that Mary Shalabo is going to vote against Joy Cordio because of her participation in the recall effort of Chris Duhamel. I hope that's not true, Mary. I hope you're not going to retaliate against citizen Cordio for exercising her free speech rights and petitioning her government for the redress of grievances. That's a civil rights violation. I hope you don't do that. Thank you.
First, I'll address Mr. Palazzolo first. A nice Hawaiian shirt you wore today, Anthony. And I only want to make one point. A lot of what you say, I agree with, except, never say that Councilor Aiello and back room in the same sentence. Bill is the one person who doesn't believe in doing things in the back room. Moving on to Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber, thank you for the monthly update on, what we should be doing rights away. And I know I don't have the, background to argue with you and any of that, but I am going to, address the other point that you made tonight, doing with the, charter question. And I think you said something about not everybody can afford an electronic device. Now, the reason I want to do it electronically is to save the taxpayer tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars, depending on what we do. And I could sit here and say, well, not everybody can afford a paper, but I'm going to go a different way because this question's already been answered by a citizen. Dr. Willits already answered this question for us. And what he suggested is the people who don't have access to electronic device or can't afford it, we could require the library to provide access for all town electronic notifications. We could use a similar kiosk in town hall. We could provide an option for anyone lacking computer or internet access to give his or her telephone number to receive a machine reading of all notifications or a call into the town notification center. So this has already been figured out for me by Dr. Willits. Thank you. So I'm going to say that I stand behind this 110%. I think this is going to reach more people, and I think it's going to save the taxpayers a lot of money. And the last person I wanted to address was Mr. Gagne. John, I wanted to ask you the question when you were up here, and maybe Michael would know as well because he was on that Charter Revision Commission. My thought was that you wanted the vacancy to fill the vacancies for anyone that drops out of a school committee or the town council in order to fill those vacancies, whatever it may be. I would think that you would want them to mirror each other. And I don't know if that was a discussion that the Charter Commission had and it just didn't get translated to our charter, but you would think that whatever process we come up with at the school committee and the town council was the exact same process for filling those vacancies. And also, I would be curious to know if it was your intention to fill the vacancies at the next election or to fill the vacancy when that term expires. I'm not quite sure what came out of that Charter Revision Commission. I know what we're doing now. That would be my two questions to you if you stick around. I don't know if I'll be allowed to ask you, but maybe the president will allow me that. Or maybe Michael knows. He was in those meetings. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you all for coming out. John, thank you for coming out regarding the terms of the charter. I too would ask the same question of Councilor LaPetra. You know, what was your intention? So we're clear. Also, as far as BCI checks go, I couldn't agree with you more. We have a letter from the ACLU here, and they are not on my list of favorite organizations by any means, but for once, I actually agree with them. So I am definitely a no on that. Also, let's see, as far as Miss Kane and Mr. Weber and Mr. Palazzolo, as far as Joy goes, I couldn't agree with you more. We couldn't get a better candidate for this spot. I support her 100% if it wasn't for her. And actually, Anthony, I wouldn't have known as much as I know about our rights of way. Joy took me driving around town and showed me all the rights of ways. And again, I would have never known where half of those were unless she would have taken me. So, but her knowledge on these rights of way and the history and everything else that goes along with it is invaluable to this town. And you're right, we should not be making these decisions based on anything political, nothing personal. It's who is best for the job. Let's remember that as town councilors, that it is for who is best for the job, what's best for the town. Let's see. I think that's it that I have, but thank you all.
Your chance.
It's fine. Thank you all for coming. Mrs. Kane, thank you very, very much for being here. I apologize. I was unable to officially get back to you today, but I appreciate you being here and I appreciate you always advocating. It means a lot. Yes? something Ben said that really stood out to me was make decisions based on facts. And my fellow counselors would probably roll their eyes because I say facts over feelings far too often. And the ACLU letter that we get has a lot of feelings in it. The only actual fact that is listed is that it is true that under the Rhode Island Constitution, there are qualifying standards for candidates for state local office, including bar, blah, 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 blah. It says, just like everybody here mentioned, that it is public information. Exactly. So what can we do to make it easier for our neighbors? We make it accessible and we make it transparent. I can talk about this later on when we get to it. But the one question I kind of want to leave out there is if we all agree that this is already public information, then why is easier public access suddenly controversial? Also, I do agree with both Councilor LaPicha and Vandover. I would like to know the Charter Commission's intentions. I personally believe that it should be until the next election versus the full term if somebody were to come into a spot, but I would like to hear that if at all possible. And I also agree about keeping the current zoning, et cetera, advertising the same, although I completely hear what Councilor LaPetra is saying when it comes to the fiscal responsibility. This was already brought to the voters just at the last election, and they voted and they said, we want it fully printed. So my personal opinion on that is this has been voted on. So that's personally how I feel about that. And I think I'm probably missing a bunch of things, but I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, the main thing I'll talk to is, as has been mentioned, I was on the Charter Commission, and Mr. Gagne and I did have a discussion to try to jog our memories of what the intention was around whether or not an individual would serve up until the next election or if they would serve the full term. Our recollection was that our intention was for them to serve up until the next election. It did not, we didn't bring that to the voters, perhaps because we had an outdated charter in front of us when we were writing it. But I think at this point, it makes sense for that to be brought before the voters because that was the intention of the Charter Commission.
I just want to say I don't vote on things because they're personal. I vote on things because of the details that I have, and rumors are just that.
Thank you. If I'm not mistaken, there was at least either the town council or school committee or both. It had been in there about person shall fill until the next election. It got taken out with this last round of questions that were put out. So, and I mean, I think if we want to readdress that, it should be pushed out, and we can do, the next council can talk about it, or they can appoint a charter commission anytime. And so I think that may be the way to go. My general thoughts on proving any questions at this stage in the game is I don't think it's smart, and I probably won't vote for any of them unless there is a correction that actually has to be made this time around. And I just think this is too late in the game. We'd have to finalize the questions, approve the final legal form of the questions at the next meeting, so they can be submitted to the Secretary of State by August 5th, I believe is the deadline. And previous councils, when we've done this, I think former Councilor Gagne was on a council when we did this, 2016 to 18, and then we did it on the last council. We started much earlier. We probably started around the March timeframe. We started putting information out and timeline out. We did a whole timeline. We invited the public to participate and submit questions, and we had several meetings on it. So it was much more time, and And putting things on this agenda were smart because we get public comment on it. And which is why I was against discussing it last month, because there was zero published with the agenda. There wasn't anything online with the agenda to let people know what we were talking about. So, and I don't think that's a fair and adequate notice to the public. So I'm glad it was put out this time. It was reduced from about 13 to 4 questions, which is good. But still, unless there's a correction that we absolutely have to make, I'm generally opposed to all of them. And I think we need to take a methodical approach to this and take the time. The next council can address it with the charter commission or have more meetings on it so that the public can be better informed and can participate. This is the charter. I think Councilor Pizza mentioned it last meeting. It's the charter we're talking about. So this is an important document and we should take our time. Unless there's a correction, we should just leave it at that. There was one that I was leaning towards, but from the clerk, but it got taken off, and that was to swear in the first Monday in December. We have to make it consistent for everybody. Everybody would know the exact date that the new council and school committee would get sworn in. You don't have to keep waiting. Oh, did the state certified? Did the Board of Canvassers certify? Did we do that? And so it fluctuates. You know, could be any one of 3 Mondays typically, and so.
They could come, that whole generator on proposed for additional questions.
Interesting. Very well, Mr. President. I'll confine my remarks, and even though I had 1:18 left, and people had talked about the charter amendments, and yeah. Thank you for that interruption too, Mr. President. I appreciate that. And I appreciate that I'm the only one you'd like to do that to. So have a good night.
Former Councilor Gagne stated at the podium what the intentions were to have that any appointments, either first runner-up, second runner-up, third runner-up, any council appointments, that they would be brought to the voters at the next election. That's what I've been allowed to hear. It's just confirmed by Councilor Niemeyer. So I don't know if that will dial in the clock, but once we get into the discussion, we can get more into it. As far as there's a lot of success that the Harbor Management Commission has had. Thank you, Hall. Yeah, I guess so. I just wanted to say before I realized how stupid I was, former Councilor Gagne had stated at the podium tonight that the intention was to move to the next election, not to have a special election, as we heard in the comments of received tonight, that the next election would allow the voters to speak, not just the second, third, or fourth runner-up. It would also be any town council appointments, and it wouldn't be within that timeframe as determined. To fulfill a term, it should be the next election, and that's what I heard. But we could speak more to the Charter Review Commission once this council gets to speak more about it. As far as the Harbor Management Commission and the success that they've had, success has many fathers. And I'll say that the town councils that I served on took pride in supporting the Harbor Management Commission and opening up right-of-ways. Not mentioned tonight by 2 at the podium was the work that was done to fund the right-of-ways and to expand them, the ones that existed, that is. And the 17 that were noted in the Harbor Management Plan and the Comprehensive Plan. that monies were set aside by Phil Overton, his leadership, and the town council voted for it to open up those right of ways. So there's a lot of credit that has to be given, and for people to say that, you know, it was them alone that ran this, I bless them for their work and thank you. But we have to work together in order to protect the rights of the public, the rights to the shoreline. And all the problems that were born on, I'll say, Council Ayala's council, the last council, all the lawsuits, all the fights, all that. I know it wasn't just one person. It was a conglomeration of ideas or fights, you know, that kind of eroded the 2008 agreement that we had that was.
Are you referring to Councilor Marone's council? I just feel like that's what you wanted to say there.
Well, it was started with Council Marone, but I'm
I
just
got you.
saying,
I know.
Council Ayala,
Sure.
Council Ayala led the charge after that. So, you know, the 18-year agreement that was eroded.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
Council Ayala led the charge. I'd like you to retract that. I was serving as the president of the town council. I wasn't leading any charge. Retract that and we'll be fine.
I'm not retracting it. You were the leader of that council and all the issues that arise. And you can debate it later, but it doesn't have to be here.
I was there. It was Councilor Marone, and Mr. Ayala tried to put the finger in the dam. But we were there, Chris. You weren't.
Okay, I was not there, but I saw it on TV.
So for the record, the council president is misinforming the public.
This is the observation that I witnessed.
You got to turn the
So-
sound on when you watch this on TV. Turn the sound on.
Got to turn the sound on so everybody can see me.
And just for the record, Councilman Marone was also, there were things that were stated about him that were incorrect during his presidency too. Let's stop talking about each other and go on with the facts.
Yeah, the exact details of some of the facts stated tonight's so-called facts are not borne out in reality. So there's a lot of turmoil in those times. I think the Harbor Management Commission today, with the leadership that they have, is very diligent and very forthright in protecting the public's right of access. And I see great success in what they're doing. And I don't see any issues, problems going forward. And I like the work that they're doing. So, you know, with that said, I'll continue. I don't know the urgency to expand if we have to expand, but I'm sure there's a lot of different options that can be looked at. So that concludes my 5 minutes. I missed the minute repeating myself. Someday I'll learn this microphone. That concludes council's response. Moving on, consent calendar. Item 5A, approval of minutes, regular minutes of 6/1/26. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
I'll second that.
Motion made, second by Council Van
Discussion.
Dover. All in favor?
Mr. President,
Aye.
can we vote on the regular minutes separately because I have to abstain on the latter?
I did only put 6/1/26 forward,
Understood.
and there's a motion to approve.
Yeah.
By Councilor Schlauber and seconded by Councilor Van
Quick.
Dover.
Discussion, just a comment.
Discussion?
I'm gonna vote to approve both of these when we get to the next one too. But because we're running beyond the timeline and getting posted, I'm gonna approve them, but I may come back with some amendments at a future date. I just wanted to state that for the record.
With that said, any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of
Aye.
126? Motion minutes are approved unanimous. Approval 5A, regular minutes 6/22/26.
Motion to approve.
I'll second that.
Motion by Councilor Schlauber, seconded by Councilor Van Dover. Discussion?
Yes, the same comments, Mr. President, Madam Clerk.
That said, any other comments?
I
Hearing
will
none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
abstain.
Abstained by Councilor Niemeyer, 601. Next, executive minutes, 6/22/26 sealed.
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Counselor Shalaba, second by Counselor Healy. Discussion?
Poll vote.
Yes. There'll be a poll vote, but I'll be, it'll be a no based on the same statement as previous, Madam Clerk, Mr. President. So I don't have to restate it.
Poll vote, Counselor Aiello?
Abstain, for the same reason.
Abstain.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Abstain.
Chair votes yes, so that's 3 to 2 abstentions, so 3.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
So it approves as 3-1-3. Executive minutes are approved. Moving on, fiscal matters, there are none. Item 5C, I'll defer to the appointments chair, Counselor Healy.
Thank you. First on the appointments is the Harbor Management Commission. I was absent during the meeting when this was brought forward to the full council. I'm going to ask the council for their pleasure. We have a policy in place in our committee that we usually suspend prior to voting because we were very clear that everybody has to interview for a position. However, we have made exceptions to that, but the rules were not suspended. So I'm not sure how to proceed with this because I was not there. Mr. Solicitor.
Solicitor Conley, the subcommittee had rules that were not followed in this instance. They want more time. Is there anything that requires that a vote be hit?
Do we have that written somewhere?
And we've suspended.
I know we have, but
It's our
I-
policy and procedure is what it was titled. So yes.
If I may interject, it's not the town council's policy and procedure. I mean, we're.
Well, that's why I'm asking what exactly to do because
Mr. Conley,
as
then.
the chair, I wasn't there and the rule wasn't followed. So I don't know how to proceed.
Solicitor Conley, would you opine on this? It's internal procedures of the Harbor Management Commission that were not followed.
The appointments committee. So,
Appointments Committee,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
so I understand from the information that was just shared, that, a vote took place, and the question is whether or not it was, in accordance with the rules of the committee. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if the committee determines that its rules were not followed, a revote would probably be in order. If
We have.
if you have your minutes and, you need to, revote, you need to revote.
We haven't seen the minutes yet. I just listened to the recording. And yeah, I mean, we have another meeting coming up July 30th, which was my intention was to present that to the rest of the committee and move forward in a week or two.
What's wrong with that?
I don't see anything wrong with it.
I would make that determination.
Listen, I gotta have to jump in here. This is the town council. I mean, the rules of the appointment subcommittee do not bind us. Everything comes to a vote of the town council. So I'm gonna just jump ahead and make this easy for everybody. I'm gonna make a motion to appoint Joy Cordio to the Harbor Management Commission.
I'm going to second that.
Okay. I think that's in order. Let's have a poll vote.
Was there any more discussion?
If you want to discuss, go ahead.
No,
Okay.
I'm fine.
All right.
This isn't personal. It's not personal. We were very, very diligent on this particular thing because we saw this being a problem in the past. I just feel a little bound to my word right now, but it's not personal, and I hear everything that was being said.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, I just want to give a heads up. I do like that rule and I do want to see it followed. I don't want to stand in the way of this appointment tonight, so I'll abstain, but in general, I would like to see that rule followed in the future.
Interesting.
Any other comments?
Yeah.
Council Van Dover?
I just have a question for the solicitor. Are we in violation? I mean, are we going to get in trouble?
No.
Or something going to come down from somebody saying we couldn't make that vote? Are we going to find ourselves in that position if we vote her through tonight?
No, the committee, the appointments committee, just as it is with the council, when there's a rules issue, the rule is typically challenged to the chair of the committee. The chair rules on it, and if the committee disagrees with it, you follow the same rules of parliamentary procedure, Robert's Rules of Orders, rather, Robert's Rules that we would follow with the council. So it's a rule of procedures, nothing more than that.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Ayala?
Thank you. Yes, the town council rules give the authority to the appointments committee that they may conduct interviews. It's not required by the town council. And delaying this, and just make a note of this, that just about every time I speak, Councilor Healy always has to chirp in saying something. And the president rarely ever does anything. So I will say, and it can interrupt your train of thought when people do that. So I think a little mutual respect is in order. So I'll just say that I'm going to support Joy Cordio. I think she would be an asset to the Harbor Management Commission. And there's no reason to delay this. I guess a couple of people met, right? Two people met. There wasn't a meeting because one person was absent. I mean, it's just like if a person is, Councilor Niemeyer was absent last meeting here. Are we going to revote everything that the council did? No. Many of us have been absent for a meeting. Things don't get revoted. Out of courtesy, sometimes some things will be continued to allow everybody to participate. I even reached out and asked and made others aware of that. Not on this topic, but on others. So I think postponing this is just, it's a delay tactic in my mind. Wow. And I think Joy has proven herself, whether people like her or not is irrelevant. She has some knowledge, she has some experience. It's the Harbor Management Commission. As I think former Councilor Garnet even said, we don't have people knocking on the doors to get on these boards and commissions and committees we have. When we have somebody who's willing to volunteer their time and to help out, especially now they're trying to go through the whole Harbor Management Commission report, or the plan rather, and make some adjustments here and there, and easy to read and all this. So I think it would be helpful to the town to have her on that committee. So I'll be supporting her.
Councilor LaPetra?
I'm wondering if anything that Councilor Ayala just said swayed Councilor Niemeyer. Boy,
We're not
All right.
being interactive.
All right.
So you want to make a?
I'm going to say this. I'm going to say, I heard what Councilor Niemeyer said. Councilor Healy said it's not personal, just business. I think I heard that last from Michael Corleone. I'm not sure where I heard that last, but I'm going to withdraw my motion to appoint Joy to the Harbor Management Commission tonight. I'm going to withdraw that motion.
No,
Like it-
it didn't even need a second. It didn't. need
Oh,
a second.
perfect. I'm gonna withdraw my motion then. I'm withdrawing my motion.
Any, any other nominations for, well, we don't have to do that. You haven't had an interview.
Can I ask the solicitor one more question on this
Sure.
legally? Okay.
For clarity, certainly.
Yeah, if we take a vote tonight on this, on Joy, can we go back and revote on the 30th, making this vote pending the revote on the 30th? Can we do that? This way we're not wasting any time. We're covering all of our angles, and she will be officially on the board as of after our meeting of the 30th with a revote. Can we do that?
It would be no.
You understand what I mean?
Wouldn't make any difference. Your advisory committee wouldn't make any difference.
Right, okay, that's,
Same effect. Yeah, it'll have, I'm sorry,
no, go ahead.
it would have the same effect, right? What you're suggesting is that I think what you're suggesting, if I understand what you're saying, is that the committee, the appointments committee meet again, vote on it, to confirm it, and to bring it to the council? Is that?
Well, what I mean is if we take a vote on it tonight, right? Pending the meeting on the 30th.
I'm sorry.
To fix the technicality that we didn't do it correctly the first time.
So it would be, if I may, now I think I understand it better. May I repeat it back to make sure I understand? The motion would be a motion to appoint Joy Cordio to the Harbor Management Commission, contingent upon the Harbor Management Commission nominating.
No,
her?
no, no, the
Oh, the
appointment
appointments committee.
subcommittee.
I'm getting all mixed up.
That's okay, the
I'll
appointment
get there.
subcommittee.
I'll get there. I'll get the right committee. So the motion would be that the council, motion to appoint Joy Cordio to the Harbor Management Commission, contingent upon the appointments committee nominating her to the Harbor Management Commission.
Because it's a technicality, because of the, interview, because we all know Joy and we didn't want to re-interview her.
Yeah.
That was the situation. So because of that, we have this rule, which Counselor Healy brought up. And so I'm just trying to get a vote through tonight without having to keep this from getting voted on tonight.
I mean, it's all procedural, I guess. It's all procedural. Oh, honestly, I can't remember anything in Robert's rules as I try to go through my head that would have ever addressed something like that before. But if that's what the council wants to do and that's what the appointments committee wants to do, I don't know why you couldn't do it.
So should I make a motion to, go ahead. Start.
Clarification question. Now, if that went through, say, that motion was approved tonight, what happens if the appointments committee doesn't nominate her?
Right, then it's,
So
Okay. You have a point. I'm just trying to figure out how to get this vote taken
trying to work it.
and fix it.
yeah, just keep in mind that the town council, after July 27th, the council doesn't meet again until August 17th.
I'd
I
like to,
don't know the urgency in this. I know Councilor Ayala wants to wait on a certain other thing.
could I make a new motion, the council president, to help?
We have the harbor management vote on the table. The appointments committee has identified that their rules aren't being followed, or they wish they were being followed. They have a scheduled meeting going forward.
Then I'll make a motion to continue the Harbor Management Commission appointment to the July 27th agenda.
Second,
Is it the 30th or the 27th?
our appointment meeting is the 30th. The next one is the 27th, so we have to go into August, unfortunately.
Can you guys switch it? Can you meet before the 27th?
We have a couple of interviews. I know that it's been said that we don't have people trying to come in, but we have people. And we just were able to figure this out between the three of us and the applicant.
And you guys can't meet before the 27th, the three of you?
Well, we
Correct.
can't meet on Fridays because it closes here early. Thursdays is out, Tuesdays is out, Monday. I mean, we've gone through it all. We can't do Wednesdays.
I give up.
Listen,
Whatever.
please be in the chair, like figuring out the puzzle pieces isn't fun. I'm doing the best I can, but I'm, again, bringing this forward as, from transparency.
So,
You made-
Councilor Peters has
You
continued
made
this.
the-
to the
Yeah, I'll
next-
continue it to
Then-
August, whatever. What
the
is
next
it? Anyone
meeting.
know?
Yeah, next meeting.
August 17th? Okay, so because of harbor management, because the appointments committee is holding the town council hostage apparently, I'm gonna continue this to August, whatever. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All in favor of that continuance?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
You failed to have a discussion, Mr. President.
Continued. Moving on.
Mr. President, point of order, you failed to have a discussion on that
We already
motion.
had the vote.
Not on that
We
motion, not on
had a
that motion.
To continue.
That, the vote is void, it's
We're
null and
not gonna
void.
filibuster this issue. We got a
According-
lot of work to do.
According to the rules of Robert's Rules of Order, if you skip over discussion, that vote becomes null and void. Read your rules.
Motion for a recess?
Motion to recess 5 minutes.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Oh,
No, that's a no from me.
The meeting of the 5-minute recess is now over. We left on, hate to bring it up again, but we left on a Harbor Management Commission, continuing it, and Councilor Aiello wanted to have the floor.
Yes, the motion is to continue the harbor management appointment to August 17th, to the August 17th meeting. And Bill, discussion, please.
I believe this is a disservice. This is, you know, if the appointments committee made up some internal rules, they file them, they don't file, that's on them. It's not on the town council. And the town council has the authority to take action tonight. They had ample time. They did interview. 2 of them did interview. There's no reason that the council could not take action, and delaying this now. If it was a week, you know, I think we could all live a week, maybe even 2 weeks. But now we're talking, because the appointments committee apparently can't meet before the 27th town council meeting, that any appointment will wait until August 17th. So it's well over a month now. So I would encourage other counselors to vote on this tonight to appoint her. But, you know, if there's not support, if there's going to be an abstention or no's, then, you know, so be it. But I just think it's a disservice to our volunteers, in particular, Ms. Cordio tonight. And on this issue, we should take action. Thank you.
Point of clarification. Is there
So
an
you'd like-
amended motion being made?
To continue the harbor management.
That's the current motion, but we're being told that we need to vote tonight, so I'm trying to figure out just
there-
discussion.
Yeah, there's,
Okay,
okay.
okay. Like everybody in here heard me 5 minutes ago. I'll say it on mic as well. This is absolutely crazy. If I'm being quite honest, it is an appointment to a Harbor Management Commission that, to my knowledge, will meet one time. If I'm wrong, I will correct that publicly. This is not, we have serious stuff on this agenda. This is absolutely embarrassing. Make the motion, take the vote, and be done with it. So I can move on to who's going on to our Board of Rec.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilor Sciaba?
I just want to say I was the one that made the mistake on the appointments committee, and the council has set the appointments committee to do the work. And Councilor Healy has noted that we made a mistake and we messed up, and we're trying to follow the rules. And I think we should just move forward, like she said, and get this done for August. Thank you.
Any other Council Vandover?
Yeah, although to my chagrin, I don't want to move the vote. I'd like to have the vote tonight, but if we don't follow our rules, it at some point is going to come back to bite us in the butt. I'm sure of it. Somewhere down the line, somebody's going to go, oh, hold on a second. Remember when this happened? So I'd rather make sure that it's done properly, and then there's no questions to be asked. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other Councilor Niemeyer?
To Councilor Vandover's point, we just had this discussion a moment ago. This is my primary reason for doing this, because I don't want her on there, and then there'd be any question, any doubt about the validity of her presence on there. Because we know that there are entities that will take advantage of that.
Any other comments? Hearing none, I'll move the motion forward to continue this appointment of a Harbor Management Commission. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Please note, chair votes yes, 6-1 to continue. Next,
The appointment subcommittee nominates 2 people for the Board of Rec. We are nominating Angelo Luzzi for the Board of Rec auxiliary seat. And should I do them separately? I'm sorry.
let's do them separate.
Separately.
Angelo Luzzi, Jr., Board of Rec auxiliary seat has been nominated. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Luzzi.
And for the full seat, we bring forward David Zeke Perry Arnold for the Board of Rec.
David Perry Arnold, Zeke Perry Arnold, Board of Recreation, full seat has been nominated. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Mr. Arnold.
The appointment subcommittee brings forward Lawrence Chapa for reappointment to the zoning board.
Mr. Lawrence Chopper has been nominated for reappointment to the zoning board. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Chopper. You've been doing a great job for the town.
We also bring forward Marco Tomasini, I believe, for the Architect Review Board reappointment.
Mr. Marco Tomasini, Architectural Review Board reappointment has been nominated. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And lastly, for the Board of Assessment Review, the Appointment Subcommittee brings forward Mr. Daniel Vellucci for a full
Dan-
seat.
Daniel Vellucci has been nominated Board of Investment Review, full seat. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. Thank you, Mr. Vellucci. Moving now to item C2, reconsideration and revote of item 5C2B on April 6, 2026, the Town Council agenda. Reappoint of an alternate member to the Board of Canvassers. This is a vote needed as a result of review by the Attorney General and being properly noticed, and that's what this council is forward. We have a brand new letter from the Westerly Democratic Town Committee, who has authority to recommend this appointment. The Westerly Democratic Town Committee requests that Henry Bonnegar be appointed to the vacant seat for alternate member of the Westerly Board of Canvassers. And they have 4 other names as required by state law. So I would appoint Henry Bonnegar, or correct the appointment of Henry Bonnegar to the vacant seat as the alternate member of the Westerly Board of Canvassers. Do I need a vote?
I'm going to ask for discussion in this one.
Do we need a vote?
Yeah.
Discussion.
I originally voted for Henry Bonnegar, and I like Henry Bonnegar, but I'd like to, I see the 5 names brought forward, and to throw some bipartisan support, so to speak, towards this nomination, I would like to see Mary Raftery get the spot. So if any of the Democrats feel strongly about her or they like her, here's your chance, because I'm gonna vote for Mary.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none. All in favor of Henry Bonnegar as the alternate member of the Westerly Board of
Poll vote.
Canvassers? Poll vote. Council Vandover?
No.
No.
Yes.
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 I voted yes the first time. I know Henry. I'll say yes.
And the
Yes,
chair
ma'am.
votes yes. So 5-2. Thank you, Mr. Bonnegar. Moving now to public hearings, there are none. Item 7, unfinished business, possible amendments to the Westerly Town Charter, discussion and possible action. So this is an agenda item that was put out there. There was a number of occurrences over the last year that went to the charter, went to the interpretation of the charter by the town solicitor, and there was interpretation that was very much needed, and we were the town council was well served, the town of Westerly was well served with Solicitor Connolly's input, but it was felt that there may be a chance to amend the charter if the council so desires, and questions were asked, or questions were solicited by this council to Mary LeBlanc to compile them. There were a number of questions previous to tonight's meeting. They were pared down. There's only 3 people that had put forward questions: Councilor Shalaba, Councilor LaPetra, and Councilor Healy. And those have been posted on our agenda on Thursday, and we have received comments back, and I'd like to go through all of those. Comments from Philo Willits are most prominent, and we heard comments tonight from the podium, which are all noted. So I'll open it up, and I ask for discretion with the councilors to keep the comments to 5 minutes if you can, so that we can get through all of these first draft. I don't anticipate these being you know, approved to go forward to the voters tonight. I think this is a first draft for discussion. So with that backdrop, Council Shalaba, you have the most.
I'll just start with why I made the suggestions I did. So on the first one where it says change of rules to remove people from committees not showing up, say 3 absences a year, they will be removed from office. This would include elected positions like town council. We did hear from Mr. Gagne about this. When we had brought somebody as an appointments committee up over for a reappointment in my prior term as counselor, as well as this term as counselor, we've had people that have volunteered but have not shown up. And I appreciate the volunteers, because if without the volunteers, we wouldn't have what we have. However, if you know you're not going to actually be available, and I've had a lot of people come to me about absences, I thought that we should at least maybe enact an actual number of absences. And of course, with stipulations like medical leave or certain things. But if it's just an absence because you're just absent, or because you're out of the state or out of the country, that just tends to be something else. So that's one of the reasons why I did that. I had a lot of people come to me after that about it. And so that's why I kind of put that in within, like I said, within a year, because most of the committees that meet are usually once a month type of committee. So that's why I did that. And then I'll talk about the next one after this.
Yeah, that'd be great if we stick to this one question. Any comments about this, Council Vandover?
As Mr. Gagne notified us, and I already knew this too, the one word that's in there is unexcused absences. So who's gonna be the judge and jury on what's acceptable, what's not? It's like babysitting, and I don't want to babysit. First of all, we have people on these boards that are actually willing to be on these boards. And if we start going down this road, we're going to have nobody. Let's face it, these are voluntary positions, and they are doing it as a due diligence to the town. And we're going to tell them you can't be out more than 3 times or 2 times or whatever it is. We don't need to babysit these people. They're adults. If they are going to miss that much, they should actually remove themselves from the board, knowing that they couldn't meet the requirements or could not spend enough time in dealing with the issues that were put before them. Again, and it's already in the charter, so I'm a no on this one. Thank you.
Council LaPetra.
This looks like a 2-part question, boards and town council. So I'll start with the boards. As you all probably know, I would dissolve 90% of them tomorrow. So if you want to do 3 absences there, I'm fine with that. As far as the town council goes, listen, and I'm going to blow my own horn here. I have perfect attendance, by the way, the last 4 years. Thank you very much. But I would say that a lot of capable counselors miss at least three positions. I think our last council, Mr. Lowther, had a lot of skills, a lot to bring. I mean, he would have been done by January, I feel like. A lot of people on this council will probably miss 1 or 2 or 3, and we're gonna know from our doctor. I mean, 5,000 people elected you guys. You're in. I don't care how many you miss. And so I would cross out the town council immediately. If you want to have a discussion on the boards and commissions, yeah, do whatever you want. Yeah, make it 1 absence.
Any other? Council Niemeyer.
Yes, I like the spirit behind this. I think it is important that these folks be in attendance. I will also, at the top of this, cross out town council, because I think that's up to the voters.
That's fine.
Now, I do feel that if someone has a history of chronic absences, we currently have the procedures to remove them if it is an impediment to the committee. That does exist. And even if that particular mechanism is not engaged, we also have term limits. We very recently did not reappoint someone because of chronic absences. And I think that is another mechanism that ensures that this, is a problem that folks know people are aware of. I don't think it needs to be in the charter, but I do think it is good of you to point out the importance of people being in attendance at there, because it's been a problem on some committees. It has. But I think we have the mechanisms to address it if we need to already.
That's fine. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak at this point? Councilor Aiello?
Yes. I'll echo what Councilor Niemeyer just said, very eloquently stated. And so yes,
With removing it.
get rid of the question.
I'm fine with removing the
Okay.
question.
I'll end my comments.
Okay, so
Okay, so-
this first one is doesn't have support of the
No.
4 councilors.
The second question is about if a vacancy occurs in the membership of, either town council or school committee, the vacancy shall be filled into the next regular election. I think especially if it's somebody that didn't run, that got appointed, it's more about appointments than actual somebody that ran and got votes. For the most part, I think if it's during an election year, they should just fill that spot until that election. So like we're having an election this year. I think the position should be filled to that election, then the person can run for said position. That's where I'm going with that. Thank you.
Councilor Healy hasn't had a chance yet.
I do want to support this one for the next regular election. I think we are put here and we are heard often that when people come to the podium, we should take them seriously and honestly. And if the Charter Commission Chair says that it believes that it was intended to go to the next regular election, then I feel 100% positive that this going to the voters is what's appropriate.
Thank you, Councilor LaPetra.
I want to preface my response by saying that I don't want this to be some sort of charter question that comes from a political attack. I don't agree with what Mr. Shalaba said about whether or not somebody didn't run or was first runner-up or third runner-up. Let's just say that once whoever replaces that originally elected candidate or non-candidate, whatever, that position will be filled once again at the next election. That's all. I don't want to, talk about how you got into that seat or what number you were. That being said, I think that's a good idea. And also, I want to make sure that the town council and the school committee vacancy policies, filling the vacancy, mirror each other exactly. So if we do those two things,
I agree.
I'll be behind it.
Councilor Vandover?
I'm going to disagree. I think that the person that gets in, again, I know this discussion is coming from the fact that Mr. Logan got put in as a write-in into the school committee. So that's why this is now being questioned. I think that it should be filled to term. I don't see the problem there. I think that if they were up for that position or they were up for that seat, even if they were a write-in, they should go to term. And I see that Mr. Willits actually agrees with me on this one. So filled to term for me, not till the next election. So that's how I feel about that. Thank you.
Councilor Niemeyer?
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, it was the intention of the previous Charter Commission for this to be the way things functioned. To me, this is a correction that should have taken place in the last set of referendums. So I think it's timely. It is unfortunate that it may look political but given that there's a general agreement that this was the intention of the Charter Commission, I think it's fine for this to move forward. I do also agree that whatever happens with the town council and the school committee should be identical. And with regards to the reasoning for this, the reasoning is, even though we're taking things out of the hands of politics and we're taking things out of the hands of the town council, it still needs to be verified by the voters that that was their intention. And there's no better opportunity to do that than by bringing it to the voter voters at their next time at the polls. So I think this is perfectly valid. And I would like to see this one move forward.
Counselor Aiello, did you want to participate?
I was being polite. Yes, I mean, in general, I mean, it was in there and I'm sorry, you know, when Mr. Garnier was up there speaking, I couldn't hear everything he was saying about the solicitor's memo. So I need to ask for some clarification on that, about something that wasn't done right back in 2016 or 18 and it messed up the charter or what have you. And again, I'll say it was in there that the person would fill until the next election, and it was taken out, I believe in 24, if I'm not mistaken, on that last question. So it was in there. So I don't quite get how it was the intention of the of the Charter Revision Commission that be the case when it was taken out. So and I don't have the report in front of me, unfortunately, you know, and but maybe that can get emailed to us and look at that, or get the solicitor's thoughts on that. And but again, I'll just say that I don't think it's critical for this election. I think that ought to move to the next council, and they can either appoint a charter revision commission, or they don't have to do the whole charter, but I mean, solicitor can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it can be targeted, and I think they can put together a commission for targeted questions. Or the requirement is for, you know, a full-blown review, not later than every 7 years. So it could be done sooner if you want to do the entire review, or you can do a targeted thing. You can, if you want to have 10 questions or certain sections reviewed, you can appoint a charter revision commission to look at it and do it, and they'll engage the public. They'll review it. The solicitor is involved in that commission, and then it can go back to the council. But again, at this point, I can't support making the change. The voters voted last time, and it is the way it is. I don't support the 4-year terms for the council. I think that was in my personal opinion, I think it was a mistake for the town council. And then that was a question I wanted to put back to the voters, but they just voted on that. So, you know, it's just because this gets to the point where the council may not like what maybe not this particular one, but the ones in the past too, they may not like what a revision commission comes up with. And okay, so we'll wait a year and put a change in. You know, that's not right either. And as we saw this time, by publishing these questions with the agenda, it gave Mr. Willetts, Mr. Garnier, and others, the SLU, others, the opportunity to review and provide input. That's part of the reason why you need to involve the public. And you just saw that we had to revote because things weren't published properly. So this is the charter we're talking about. I will, either way on that one. Initially, I thought we were gonna, this last, to fill in the vacancy on the school committee, it was an automatic thing because the person took it. And there was absolutely no distinction between a candidate who ran the entire election cycle versus a write-in candidate. They're treated the same. They're considered the same. And so we really can't differentiate with that. And it just, I'm sure this is an intention of some people, but it just, it smells bad doing it right now. Because it affected a person who is appointed right now, who filled the vacancy. And I think it's just it's perceived as being a targeted attack right now, in my mind. That's my personal opinion. So I think if you have a non-political review commission to take a look at these things next term, or if this council wanted to appoint one, we can do it, and it can run through the next term. We can do it before the election, and they can run it through however long. If we want to give them 60 days, fine. You know, run it till January. We can do that. this council has that authority too. We don't have to wait for the next council. So I would like to have an independent commission look at it and come back, and they can take the time to review all of the Charter Revision Commission comments and minutes and get that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My turn. You already went.
Could I address a question to the solicitor for a moment?
Go ahead.
Okay. It's my, Mr. Solicitor, it's my understanding that if this were adopted by the voters in this upcoming election, no current office holders, including anyone who has filled a vacancy, would be affected. Is that true?
That is correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was the case
That is
because
absolutely correct.
I do not want anyone who has currently filled a vacancy to be impacted by this. Okay.
Cannot.
I was going to make that point as well. This is not political. This is not about anybody that's in office today. We were ruled by the solicitor how the charter is written, and we followed it to the T. So I know we've heard some concern on this side, and now maybe from Councilor Yellow, but this is looking forward. This is looking forward, and it's to meet the intentions of the electorate, to make it non-political, to fill the spots with people that have ran in the past election, not to make it an appointment process that would be very political, just to fill those spots, and then to have the electorate verify that spot in the next election. And it didn't occur to me till Mr. Willets had put forward, we don't want to avoid, he's got 2 points of going over this. He's, number one, he wants to avoid the work and expense of a special election. I think that was clear with the amendment to the charter. And two, to avoid disrupting any possible staggered term election schedule. So if someone gets appointed, if the position, school committee, town council is a 4-year permissions position, I'm sorry. And then 2 years into it, they drop out and the first runner-up applies or is installed, fills that in, non-political, gets that position. I would say they would have to run in the next election for a 2-year term up until, so the staggered terms are kept in place. Otherwise, you might have a chance where you have 1 year, you have two getting elected, and the next year, 5 getting elected. So I think that's counter to what the Charter Revision Committee had been looking for. They wanted a 3-4, 3-4 going through it. So anything that we write on this has to adopt what Mr. Willets was pointing out as a concern, so that the intention of the Charter Revision Commission is met. So I'm in favor of this, with the details to be determined by. Yeah, Councilor LaPetra?
I'm just gonna, before I make some sort of motion, I'm just gonna say that, the only thing I do agree with you on this bill is, Mr. Councilor Aiello, is it does have the timing of this question has a bad political look, but it doesn't change the fact that I agree with what this question is trying to do, and I think it's a correct move. So, I'm gonna make a motion to bring this forward to our next council meeting and direct the solicitor to try to come up with a question and make the changes. Okay, I do have to say the whole thing. I see Mr. Conley nodding his head, so go ahead. Well, the first one we decided to nix. We nixed the first one. Yes.
Did you get a second?
No, not yet.
Second.
Thank you.
Motion made by Councilor Petra to move forward, seconded by Councilor Schauber. and
Based on our
Councilor Niemeyer,
discussion, Mary, if you want to put something in there, I think.
to move this
Yeah.
question forward to the solicitor for.
Yeah, can we have, Mr. President, can we have the Charter Revision Commission report and
Well, that'd be
review
another
the minutes?
motion. We got a motion on the table. Discussion?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yes, to include with that, when it comes back, to have the Charter Review Commission report and the solicitor can review the minutes and verify. Yeah, thank you. He understands. Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion. We've heard from Councilor Niemeyer the deliberation and Councilor former Counselor, Kanye. If those deliberations aren't in there, that's not gonna stop us from creating a new requirement. That's all I'm saying, so we'll see what happens in 2 weeks. Any other discussion? Counselor Vandover?
I agree that there needs to be consistency, but I still do not agree that they should fill out the term until the next election. They were put in there to fill a seat of the person who vacated it. They should be allowed to stay and fill that seat till the end. So I agree that we need some consistency. However, I do agree with Mr. Willetts as far as to avoid disrupting any possible staggering term election schedules. That also is a problem I didn't even think of. So I'm a no on the till the end of till the next election. I would like to see them fill it to the end of the term.
Any other questions, comments? Hearing none. All in favor?
You better go poll vote, yeah, Chris.
Okay, Counselor Vandover, poll vote.
Can you have the clerk repeat the motion, please?
Well, there was a motion by Mr. LaPetra, seconded by Mr. Niemeyer, that the town solicitor draft a question. Do you want me to read the question for the November ballot? That if a vacancy occurs in membership of the town council or school committee, the vacancy shall be filled until the next regular election of such officer.
And also based on our discussion, I think Mr. Conley will just take it from there if that's okay, yeah. Because we had a little more detail in there about how we want to do it, but we'll leave it to, I guess we'll leave it to Mr. Conley.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll draft it. Okay, perfect, okay.
Hearing that motion, poll vote, Counselor Vandover?
No.
Yes.
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 You know why? No.
Council vote, chair votes yes, 5-2. Motion passes to move forward. Next, we have a motion, charter amendment question from Councilor LaPetra. Thank you, Councilor Shalaba, for your work and going through this,
Thank you.
making that effort.
Do you want me to do my
Councilor
question?
LaPetra,
All right.
you have two that are in front of us.
All right, my questions were born from our current charter question that A, requires ordinance changes to be printed in a daily newspaper, and even though the Westerly Sun is in a daily newspaper, Mr. Conley has told me he found a 1981 Supreme Court ruling deep in the archives that said it's okay, but it's okay. And then the other part is, we also have to print the full ordinance when we advertise the change, which thank God our town manager has looked into that, because we could be spending hundreds of thousands of dollars by now. So I'm not even sure that we're in compliance with this charter question as it stands now. This is why I really want to address it. This is the one question I really think we need to address. So I wrote some questions, and it's about getting the questions out to everybody at a much cheaper cost to the town and therefore the taxpayers, and I think even reaching more people. And some of the concerns have been addressed at the podium tonight. Mr. Weber had a concern. Fortunately, what I wrote was attached to the agenda, and Dr. Willits got his hands on it, and he did a wonderful, wonderful job with these two questions. And I think that his rewrites are exactly what I was looking for. There's only one valid point left that I want to address before I bring these questions forward, and that was something that Councilor Healy said. Councilor Healy said, hey, we just voted on this in the last election, and that's the one valid point left that I think we need to address. And I would say this. When we advertised that question in the last election, we discussed as a council, and Bill will remember this, where we came, the 19 questions, whatever it was, came to us, and we discussed each of them, and we decided that we wanted to attach a fiscal note to this question, because this question costs the taxpayer monies, and we took a vote, and that vote passed 6-0. Somebody was absent, I can't remember who. It passed 6-0 that we were supposed to attach a fiscal note to show the taxpayers an idea that what we're doing was going to cost us money, and it was some sort of administrative thing. It didn't make it to the ballot. So I would say that the voters did not get a chance to see all the information last time, and that's how I would address your concern, Alex, just to give it a chance for people to know that printing this whole ordinance is costing us money, and there's better ways to do it. So that's the only point I wanted to address, and I can't thank Dr. Woods enough for the work he's put into these questions, because he did a far better job writing them than I did. So, we've all read them, and I just want to, preface it by that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I apologize, Dr. Willetts, for not referencing your expertise properly. I'm sorry. Before we go much further, we would like Solicitor Conley to just give an opinion on the Open Meetings Act. And do we have any leverage in this area?
So, as noted by Councilor Petra, one of the, I guess two things sort of brought this to the council's attention. One is the costs associated with running the entire ordinance, and the solution that the town manager developed to address those costs, and the need to make the charter clear in that regard, to make sure that we're not violating the notice requirements in any way. Secondly, the daily newspaper piece, and Councilor Peter's right, we had a discussion about, we did research on it and actually found, to my surprise, a 1981 case that said 5 days is good enough to be considered daily for purposes of these kinds of notice requirements. I see these suggested amendments and the follow-up suggestions from Dr. Willetts as being a way for the charter to clarify both of those issues, and for there be charter clarity that would be consistent with three pieces. And I know you only asked about the OMA, the Open Meetings Act, but to be consistent with the Open Meetings Act, consistent with those areas in state law which require that publication, and identifying specifically those matters that could be noticed through electronic publication. The interesting, way back in 1981, the really interesting thing about that case was that it was very prescient, in that 81 was before we had all the sort of electronic world out there. But there's language in that decision which is contemplative of that point in time, and talks about it, it addresses what I'll say, not at length, but in a couple of sentences addresses that favorably. So for what it's worth, as I understand those two amendments, the comments, and the council discussion before and this evening as well, I would try to draft language that addresses those three issues that brought it to your attention, make sure that it's consistent with state law in those areas where it needs to be, make sure that it's consistent with the Open Meetings Act, and make sure that it provides for notice, and only those matters, should the council decide to act on it favorably, and only those matters that electronic notice would be satisfactory. And which means that if you see it all in front of you in black and white and decide you don't like it, you still don't have to do it. But if you see it in front of you in black and white, and it sort of checks all those boxes, it may be something you could consider.
Thank you. I just wanted that to give us the green light to discuss this option that Councilor Petra put forward. So any councilors have an opinion beyond what's stated? 5 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, again, I mean, I do, and I do agree there was a mistake made the last time. I mean, potentially the one thing I could possibly support this time around is because the fiscal note wasn't attached to the question last election, to fix that, because the public wasn't fully informed of the possible impact. And so there's a possibility for that, but I'm not going to support going electronic and not publishing in a newspaper. And I think at this point, we still need to do it. We still need to put it in the paper. Maybe in another 5, 10, 15, 20 years, you can go all digital. But as of right now, then I support publishing. It could be a summary like it had been done for years. So, publishing a summary. And so I'm willing, to go a little bit ways on this one because it is a correction to the question that was presented last year because information was left out. So it's a possibility, but it depends how much is put into this one question. They may have to separate. I would suggest separating.
Very good. Any other any other comments?
I feel like I could support the first one. The second one, even though the assessment wasn't attached, I do feel like it was discussed publicly as part of the debate around that particular amendment. And since it was addressed at the most recent election, I would rather let that one stand. But the first one, I could see us moving more electronically, if only in anticipation of the way things seem to be going. Yeah, that's about where I stand on these.
Councilor Shalaba?
Actually, I just have a quick question. With the electronic, with the Sun newspaper right now, and the fact that it doesn't, it's not running every single day, would you want to put anything in there about, that the newspaper has to be a daily newspaper? Because that was one of the reasons I think why you were talking about this originally, because it's not a daily newspaper anymore.
I like the questions as amended by Dr. Willets. I think he did a great job with them, and now that I'm on the mic real quick, I just want to address Mr. Nehemiah. I know I'm not supposed to, but once again, I come back to that fiscal note not being attached. And also Charleston, by the way, that second question, Charleston will have on their ballot in November as well. It's a cost, that's all.
Yeah, Solicitor. It's all right. Five-day newspaper qualifies. Is that what you said?
That's what the decision said.
Councilor Healy, you wanted to add? Okay. I would just, the Open Meetings Act, the protection of the public, is in there as an expense. And if we can get the word out so that in zoning matters and in land use matters and business filing fees, which we have on tonight, if we can make certain that the public is made aware of what the council is doing, that's what is most important, in my opinion. And moving this forward, saving money, but having the same effect, I'm very much in favor of, so. I'm in favor of this.
I make a motion, bring both of them forward that Dylan suggested.
This is both, okay. Motion to make, Councilor Shalaba to move both charter questions forward.
I hope I got support for both of them, so I'll second that. I was going to split them up, but I hope I got support for both. And I would, I don't know if we have too many. When you make that motion, you mean the questions as amended by Dr. Willets, correct?
Yes,
I
that
did-
as amended by
I-
Dr. Willets. Thank you.
Yeah, why don't you read for Mary?
Okay, all right, let me read them. All right, clean copy of above charter proposal. Now, for the people at home, I wrote a few questions, and we attached those questions to the agenda, and Dr. Willets reads our agendas, thank God, and he rewrote them, and I think he did a better job than me. So these are the questions I'd like to bring forward. Shall the charter be amended to make robust electronic public notice the method of publication for all town ordinances, hearings, and other actions except, and just actually, I am gonna change that word those to when. All right, well, that would just be something we do later. I'll do that with Bill Connolly. When prohibited by Rhode Island law, and to require additional newspaper publication only when mandated by Rhode Island law. That's the first question. And the second question that I'd like to bring forward for the July 27th meeting. When Rhode Island law requires newspaper publication for a town public notification, and when Rhode Island law does not mandate full detailed newspaper notification, shall the charter be amended to allow the town to provide a limited newspaper summary of that notification, provided that each summary informs the public where and how to access the detailed full electronic notification? Excellent questions.
So those are the questions that are being moved forward, seconded by, or made by Councilor Shalaba, seconded by Councilor LaPetra. Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Opposed.
Move,
Killing me, Bill.
6-1, questions are moved forward. Councilor Aiello voted no. Lastly, Councilor Healy?
Thank you. What I had submitted to the clerks and what's attached to the agenda reads, require elected officials and volunteers on boards to have annual BCI on record at town hall for public access. Counselor Aiello let the ACLU know about the questions, and we got a letter from them that he kindly sent to all of us. I was able to respond, and I called and spoke to the executive director, Stephen Brown. The biggest concern being the word require, because what can we do if they say no, and if they don't want to go forward? We can't do anything. They're elected by the people.
There's a point
what-
of order, Mr. President.
Point of order?
Yes. Councilor Healy just stated that Councilor Aiello coordinated somehow with the ACLU. That's an emphatic no. That's another assumption by Councilor Healy.
For the record, Councilor Aiello denied it. Please proceed.
Thank you. I think some things that got muddied somehow in the water is that I'm trying to change our US Constitution or the Rhode Island Constitution, which I am not. This would ask, I don't know the correct word that we can use that's not require. We can't use the word require. So let me just throw that out there. What this would do is ask, whatever, elected officials and volunteers to submit a background check, which is already public knowledge, which was spoken about at the podium and also by Dr. Willits and several other people that have contacted me. So this is already public information. You can go, you can Google Court Connect Rhode Island. It'll bring you to the portal. It'll get you on there. However, the portal doesn't show what a BCI would show, which is where I start to feel a little indifferent. I wasn't expecting the pushback that I've gotten. I thought that this was a very easy and transparent way to be accountable to the people that are giving us their trust with over $100 million budget, or are able to go into our schools or are here in town hall after hours when there's not a full staff. This was never to be some sort of broadcasted thing, you know, like John Smith just applied for the licensing board, here's his BCI. That is not the intention. The intention is if somebody wanted to serve on the licensing board with them, they might come into town hall and say, hey, I want to know who I'm going to be spending my time with after hours when there's nobody here in the building. That's where this comes from. There has been some pushback about the opportunity that somebody may have had where they made a mistake, they paid their dues, they're a wonderful citizen to society, which I love. That is what I'm all about. That is the goal for prison reform in general. And what I said to that is that if that was somebody's story, they would be okay if you came up to them and said, hey, what happened? And they would be like, you'll never guess my success story. Here's what happened. To the little old woman that may have had a speeding ticket, that's not on a BCI to my knowledge. And it's also not going to prohibit somebody from volunteering on the Board of Recreation. Nobody is going to say, oh my goodness, I have that. However, they are probably going to say, oh my goodness, I'm a pedophile. I probably shouldn't be around the children. Or, oh my goodness, I have several assault records. I've cut brake lines. I've put cigarettes out on children. Maybe they shouldn't be an elected official in town. I know that sounds crazy, doesn't it? But it's legit. It's 100% legit, and people that will be on the ballot. So we can't change who's on the ballot. We can't change who's elected, who sits here, who volunteers. There's no discrimination allowed. And I'm not looking to discriminate. I'm looking to have this public information be easily accessible so that person that I mentioned going to the licensing board doesn't need to go to the state, doesn't need to pay for somebody else's background information. That we're, again, I said this last time, we're cutting out a middleman. We're a town, we support our constituents, and we want to make their life easy. We want to make sure that they know that they're safe, that they want to volunteer. Awesome. This whole idea that we don't have anybody, again, for every single meeting that we've had in the past year and a half, we've had applicants getting nominated.
Thank you for that introduction. Is there any councilors that wish to speak? Councilor Vandover first.
In my experience, you have to pay for a background check. Who's going to pay for the background check is my first question. I understand where you're going and I appreciate that. However, these are voluntary positions. These are elected officials. If people don't do their homework on the candidates, I can't help you. Everybody has a history. We all have skeletons in our closets. I'm sure you can pull up something on everybody for the most part. But I just think it's a little bit of a reach as far as invasion of privacy goes. And I think that most people that might be a pedophile, hopefully, wouldn't even try to get on elected position or I mean, I'm not saying that they don't or they couldn't. I just think it's a reach. I'm really not for this. Everything that, you know, all of our meetings are public, all what information as far as what our finances are and anything that has to do with anything that's involves the town are all public. We nominated these people and we voted for them. I would hope that we would have done a thorough enough job to know, to have done our homework as well. So to put this on the people, I think I would be a no on this. Thank you.
Any other comments? Sir AO.
Thank you. And I'll state this again for the record. Just because I forwarded an ACLU letter that the entire council received and town manager and solicitor, I forwarded it to the town clerk. I happened to reply to the LCLU, thanked them for the letter, and I included the clerk on that. That's it. So she made the false assumption that I'm the one who even informed the ACLU, and wish I had thought of it. I didn't. I can't take credit for that. But they offered some good logic behind their comments. And they did say that it was kind of a quick turnaround. They didn't have time to really dig into a lot of the other questions, but they did raise some concerns. And again, this is another reason why you don't make these charter changes at the last minute. Even if we started it June 22nd, it's a little late for the first go round. It should have been started like March, April to get the ball rolling. And that's what should have happened. And I agree with some other comments that have been made. Nobody wants predators or sex offenders or these other things. There's registries and there's laws in place for that. And you start diving into some of that in the charter. The charter's not really the place, for some of that. And, BCI, I'm not generally against BCIs. I've probably had more in-depth, background checks than anybody sitting up here. And I'm fine with it. BCI, at the right time, right place. But requiring every elected official, every volunteer of the board, committee, commission, no, I mean, there are other ways. One is, what exactly does the BCI check? Do they do anything in person? Is it just an electronics check? Is it only within the state? Let's go nationwide. Who else is doing this? The police officers, how often do they do it? The town manager, how often? The town clerk, how often? Human resources director or staff, they handle a lot of sensitive information. How often do they have a BCI? Municipal employees in general. The school department, we had to be a parent volunteer, you needed to have a BCI. I did that, not a problem. But it's not an annual thing. And again, it's who's going to do it, where's it going to be done, who's paying for it, how often, and to what end. I don't think the BCI is going to provide all that is thought that it provides. Had that conversation with a potential employer one time, and yeah, a lot of discussions on that. So, cost, who else is doing it? I mean, why? So it's another step that our volunteers and everybody have to do. No, because it's not going to really yield any real results. Again, I think I hit that. So, and when I asked about the electronics check, the BCI check, the town manager he can chime in to say exactly what's checked. I mean, he's well aware of that, and I'll ask him to do that so people understand what's really checked. And in the military, when you have clearances, going for certain clearances, you get a pretty thorough investigation. You have people actually going out into your neighborhoods, talking to people and checking all sorts of stuff. And that's how you get things. And even in the service, the people, personnel contact, people contact, that's where you really catch things, so to speak, see things. You observe patterns, you observe behaviors and things like that. So I can't support requiring this, especially in a charter. I just can't. And I would like to have the manager explain what a BCI is, how often or the employees do it, and what does it really check?
Can that be done after all of the comments?
Sure.
Thank you.
Council Shalaba?
I don't know if Dylan remembers this, but 4 years ago, when Dylan, Kevin, and I were on the appointments committee, we actually wanted to change the application process for when people came to us for being appointed on committees. And one of the things we wanted to actually put on were you ever convicted of a crime, which is a regular question that you put in a job application that you have to fill out for a job application. I honestly don't know what happened with that, but remember that we did that?
I think it was felony in the last 10 years, but
Yeah,
yeah.
but we talked about that.
We did talk about felony in the last 10 years. I
Yeah,
believe.
so I mean, I think that is important because even though these are volunteer positions, that application process is still kind of like a job that you're working on, and we thought it was important back then, and the BCI check kind of falls in line with that. So I don't know. I understand the questions with the BCI. I think maybe, you do it once when you're on the boards and stuff. I don't know if you need it multiple times, because, in the medical field, when you're applying for a job, you get the BCI and you only get it a second time if you have to change jobs. So that's just my thing. And then Rose's question of who would pay for it. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak? Councilor Niemeyer?
So to me, there's two parts to this. There's the board members and then there's the elected officials. With regards to the elected officials, it seems that the intent of this is to have this be public information that voters can have at their disposal when they're making this, the decision about who to vote for. And to me, this falls under the category of opposition research, which I'm not totally comfortable having the state conduct opposition research on behalf of candidates. If we're going to include people's worst moments as public information, are we also going to include their best moments, their awards and degrees, et cetera? I know the intent of this, and I don't think there's any ill intent in it, but I just feel like the purpose of elections is for, if this kind of public information is already out there, is for the candidates to make the case that their opponent is not a good candidate for this reason, not for the government to make their case for them. And with regards to the volunteers on boards, I served on the appointment subcommittee. I don't think we have the time or the resources to do this, just as a simple fact. And I think the time to figure out this information is during the interviews that we have insisted on conducting correctly. That's why we do the interviews. The questions like Councilor LaPetra just mentioned can be asked. And I think that is where that information should come from. I don't think it should come from a mandatory state action. I frankly just don't think we have the time or the resources to pull off, even if it were something I wanted to be conducted necessarily. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Okay, you can, Councilor Healy, for comments.
So for the background check money, our amazing police department does all the background checks. Nothing is ever in person, just like when you apply for a position, but something that was brought up was how our military, what the background check. So I will go 10 toes down with this and say it actually should be nationwide. It should be a nationwide check. And again, I'm not here looking for, I'm not begging people for their votes. I'm being honest. I will totally look into who else does this. I love the felony in the last 10 years question. It would not be for candidates. It would not be for people applying. It is for seated elected officials, seated volunteers. This could not be something, you're right, that the appointments committee took on. And that's not our role as any citizen in America. We can't disqualify or discriminate. So again, it's not this. This is about who is already here. People have already made their choices. It's already said and done. It was also mentioned that, maybe we have some skeletons in our closet. I will run my own BCI and publish that. I have no problem doing that. I would love to see others maybe follow my lead on that. If this isn't going to go to the voters, maybe we could just take matters into our own hands and show our own transparency to the people who voted for us. That's all I got. So I appreciate you guys hearing me out. Again, never thought that this was going to be voted on or anything like that tonight, but I was under the assumption that we were going to be discussing it and perhaps have our solicitor work through it, which again, I will 100% say that the word require is not needed. And before I'm done, I do also want to point out that that same ACLU letter that everyone keeps citing also has many concerns that have been raised from other places with similar proposes to the newspaper publication of town ordinances, etc. So just to keep it clear on all of the things that we have gotten, that was part of it.
Thank you. My position, I would be in favor of the board applicants being questioned as discussed by Councilor Shalaba, felonies in the last 10 years. I'd be in favor of BCI checks on boards, and I'd be in favor of candidates for school committee, town council offering their BCI check through opposition research, as Councilor Niemeyer said, as was stated at the podium, that this is public knowledge. If there's something out there that can be made before the election. But I think going forward, I'd like to see this as a process procedure for board members to have that extra question on there. And
Chris, if I may, I didn't get a chance to speak. May I respond?
I thought
Real-
you did speak.
I didn't get a chance.
I'm sorry.
But I'm happy that I wasn't gonna say anything, but I just
Oh, you
do.
had left after Roy.
I just want to respond to you. The appointments committee, they do a lot of things, you know, you guys enact a lot of rules, so why don't you just put on the applications, add it to the application, have you had a felony in the last 10 years, and if so, if yes, explain. And I don't think this is a charter question, and maybe Mr. Conley agrees with me, but it could be a question for the boards and commissions application. Is that with the?
Yeah, we've always talked about
Okay.
redoing the application. That's always been on our radar, and
Then
this
maybe
is
Alex, what Alex brought forward is produce some fruit here, then I think that would be something that you guys could vote on as a subcommittee, the three of you, Mary and Rose, and if it passes there, you could add it to the applications. But I would not vote to move it to a charter question tonight.
I
Okay.
completely understand
All
that.
right.
I
All right.
fully understand.
Good.
We all spoke, Town Manager Lacy, do you want to go through BCI process?
Yeah, BCI is a criminal background check. It can be either done locally or it can be done nationally, to see if you have anything in your record nationally or just within the state of Rhode Island. The school currently does BCI checks on anyone coming into the school system, which I believe is a policy of RIDE. So anybody coming in to volunteer, coach a team, to go on a field trip, to come into the kids' classroom to speak, have to go through a BCI check. So this is similar, it's a case. It does not, it really doesn't trigger things like if you minor, a suspended license or anything like that. It's more geared towards any crimes that might prohibit somebody from entering or doing whatever role they're doing, meaning in the school system is why. So, but it is public, you can go on public, you can't run a BCI check, it has to be done through the police department, but you can go on the database and you can find out just about 99% of the stuff that's in a criminal BCI check that we run. And there is a fee associated with it. We don't set the fee, the state sets the fee, is what we pay BCI for. So just to let you know, there is a fee associated with it. You only do it once, it's one and done. I mean, unless you come back, if you would, I know on the school side, if you volunteer at the school and then 2 years later you're going on another field trip, they're gonna make you do a BCI check. They'll make you redo it. But usually for employment wise, when you do a BCI check for people for employment for the school and or the town goes through a background check, it's once. Because usually if they're employed or they're working, you're gonna know if something happens, but it's not get updated after they're hired or so forth.
Thank you. I think that concludes the questions.
I think Rose had another.
We're moving 3 of these forward. Does the council want to move the 4th forward?
Not done with discussion, Chris.
You're not being recognized, Councilor Aiello. Let me just get through this.
You're trying to move a question forward before we complete discussion.
I want to know if this question is going to be moved forward, then we can have discussion.
So you're just asking if she wants to still move it forward or not? Well,
I'm asking for a
before,
motion to move this forward. Is there such a motion?
well,
Is hearing no
No.
motion?
all right, no motion, done. They don't need to say anything if it's not moving forward.
So we'll move three of these forward, and the appointments committee will follow up as discussed. That concludes the item 7A. Now we're moving to 8, new business. There's several items on here that we want to move,
Mr.
potentially move forward to
Um,
or to advertise, so.
Point of clarification, Mr. President, did you add the, Mr. Willet's, Willett's, email and the ACLU letter to the record under that charter question?
Certainly, I thought that was before us properly, but
I don't know if, Mary, if the clerk, do you need a motion for that or just have the president say Adam or
I mean, we read into the record, Mr. Willet's,
attach it to
Dr.
the record?
Willett,
All
so.
right, so she has them.
Please.
Thank you.
Item 8A, first, I entertain the council to suspend the town council rules of procedure, Rule 9D, council operations to discuss and consider the following items. Items 8A, 8B, 8C, 8D, and 8E. So motion is suspend the rules for possible action.
So moved.
Motion made.
Second.
Second by Councilor Shalaba. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Rules are suspended for 8A, B, C, D, and E. 8A, resolution requesting Westerly's delegation to the General Assembly to introduce and secure legislation amending Rhode Island General Law 4526-4, setting term limits for commissioners of the Westerly Housing Authority. Discussion and possible action. This was brought forward by the appointment committee, Councilor
somebody-
Shalaba.
Mr. President, if you just, if somebody makes a motion and seconds it, we can just have the discussion at one time then. If nobody makes a motion to move it forward, it
I'll make
stop
a
right
motion, to
there.
move it forward.
Okay, we can do that, Counselor. Is there a motion to move this forward?
I'll make a motion, to move it forward.
I'll second that.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Councilor Shalaba?
The reason that we're looking at this is because we have some people on the Westerly Housing Authority at this moment that are serving a 30-year term. And we don't feel that at that point in time that they are actually doing justice to the residents at this point. And so we believe that the first step is to go to the state and to ask for more term limits, so to speak. And so we were thinking of term limits, kind of like how we have, you know, with the council, 2 consecutive, whatever, and then, you know, you've got to get off for a little bit, and then you could always come back. And so that's what we were looking to propose for, to go to the state, so we can hopefully have it so more things can get done, because we're not hearing that things are being
Okay.
done properly.
Any other comments? There's a motion to move this forward. Comments, Councilor Aiello?
Yeah, I'll just say, this case, I mean, as anybody talk with the town manager and ask the chairman of the board to come over and have a conversation and talk about some of these things that supposedly, and I'm not saying nothing's not going on or is going on, but, you know, to say that people basically aren't doing their job or aren't listening to people without having anybody here, to defend themselves, basically, I think is, quite frankly, irresponsible.
I would,
And
if I could add, I agree that Councilor Aiello is correct in this matter. We're not judging the current board or the current past actions. This is simply to create term limits.
And what I was referring to was the counselor's comments that she made about saying, we are doing this because people who've been there for 30 or so years aren't doing their job, basically. So I was commenting on that because she brought it up, and I have every right to do that, Mr. President. So I appreciate your opinion, but reserve that for your time, please. And.
I was
so will
agreeing with
not-
you, Counselor.
All right.
I was
well,
agreeing with you.
All right, thank you then. Uh, So I appreciate that, Mr. President. I misunderstood what you were saying. My apologies.
Apologies accepted.
So again, I think there are better ways to handle this than to automatically go a term limit route. And we've been on the council, so you've been on several times, much more than me, and I've been on 4 times now and made a few appointments. And I think we just solicit more folks to apply. I don't think term limits is always the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Counselor Healy.
We have 3 applications that the appointment subcommittee is entertaining right now for 1 open position. So again, I just want to reiterate that we have lots of people that are willing to be involved and volunteer for our town.
Any other comments? Counselor LaPetra.
I'm not so much concerned with the why, when, or where this resolution evolved from, but I have to just address Mr. Aiello. When a term limit is not a good thing. Any level of government anywhere, from local all the way to Washington DC, I will always vote for term limits. So it's all right. I understand.
Counselor Vandover.
Yeah, I actually agree with this. We have been trying to figure out a way to get to the bottom of certain issues that are arising, and we think our hands are tied. I don't know if,
Clarification, when they say we, please explain who we is.
well, the subcommittee, excuse me, the appointment subcommittee. So we did discuss this, and we were just trying to figure out a way to be able to, I don't know, talk, get some activity, get some motion in there as to getting some solutions. We feel that our hands were tied. We can't do anything about the person that's in charge there from the state. And this is the angle we were kind of coming in at it from, to get term limits, because I believe this person has been there for quite some time. And there's been a lot of complaints. So
Wait.
wait a minute, hold on. What we were just trying to do was we were trying to get some movement in this board to get maybe some fresh eyesight in there to maybe, we can't do anything about the person that's sitting in the state position.
And
So-
clarification, Mr. President, I'm confused on the person in the seat. Are you talking about the
The state hired,
or the executive?
Point of order. I just don't want to get into personalities or politics. This is about term limits, as Counselor Petra kind of,
I didn't know if this was talking about executive director or the board chair. That's all.
we're talking with the council.
executive
The
director.
council only has authority over the board,
So we're talking about the board term limits. So the executive director is outside of this.
outside of everything, yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make that clarification.
Manager has nothing to do with it. Council.
we would like term limits because we would like some fresh eyes,
That's fine.
basically.
Any other comments, Counselor?
I would just say, I would like to see the day where this town council is as much clout as this appointment subcommittee.
Thank you.
Any other comments about moving this forward? Hearing none. All in favor? Any opposed?
Opposed.
Chair votes yes, 6-1 approved to move forward. The resolution is approved. Item 8B, proposed ordinance, an ordinance in amendment of chapter 2090 of the general ordinances of the town of Westerly entitled, an ordinance setting water rate schedules for the 2026-2027 fiscal year, water quality protection charge set pursuant to Rhode Island General Laws 46-15.3-5. Town Manager?
Yeah, this is a rate, has nothing to do with the council can't set the rate. It's, the ordinance has the rate that is set by the state in it. So we prepared an ordinance change and we found that the ordinance has been incorrect for the last few years. as the rate is actually lower than outlined in the ordinance. However, it has been charged correctly because the fee, it's a pass-through to the state. The state, we charge a fee that the state sets. It's a pass-through to the state. It gets changed every year by the state. So we figured this best bet in talking to the solicitor regarding it is you can see the only thing changing in the ordinance is the amount, because it's just going to be basically whatever the state sets, we will implement it. We will charge that rate, which we do anyway. So there probably should not be an amount outlined in the ordinance. It should just indicate the rate that's set by the state.
So I didn't complete the the published agenda. This is only to order advertise for public hearing on 7/27/26. With the explanation of the manager, do we have a motion to order advertised?
Motion to order advertised.
Second.
Motion made by Council Healy, seconded by Council Shalaba. All in favor?
I have a question.
Aye.
I
A
have a
discussion,
question.
sorry.
It's all right. Just have a
Sorry.
question for the manager on the amount. When I was reviewing, the amount looks like it's the same. It was in the ordinance and the state law. Or is it,
State law is 25 something, 0.025 something is the current amount we're charging now.
all right, that's 94. All right, that's too fine for me to read right now, so I'm not gonna
Yeah,
oppose it.
we're
It looks
just,
like you were,
yeah,
looked
whatever
like you
the
made a
state
couple
was
of changes,
charging.
yeah. Looked like you were making a couple other changes, so you're adding some text. So I missed that the first time around. Thank you.
Any other questions? Council Vandover?
May I address, actually, I'm not really sure. The title's 46 Waters and Navigation, where this is attached to this ordinance. I'm not understanding C on here. I'm not sure who to ask the question to. Would that be you, Mr. Town Manager? And if so, can I ask him the question?
Yes, please
Okay.
ask the manager.
C, each supplier shall provide for the exemption from the water quality protection charge for any sale to a purchaser 65 years of age and over, purchasing water for the personal consumption of that person and other members of the person's household under reasonable rules and regulations. What does that even mean?
That is a state statute. So if someone's over 65 years old, you can apply to have that tax reimbursed and not be charged that tax if you're over 65 years old.
Oh,
That's from the state,
lovely.
not from the town. So if you apply and you is granted, then you don't pay that. Your water bill does not include that tax.
Okay,
That gets passed through the state.
You're-
That's not anything we're changing. That's a benefit that's been in the statute.
yeah. I thought that's what it meant, but I wasn't sure. But anybody over 65, apply to the state, get your money back.
Very good. Next, Council LaPetra.
I just want to say, and I don't know if Bill Aiello touched on this already, this ordinance is going to cost us money to publish this ordinance, okay? I would like to hold off and do this till after the November election. It would be ideal. Do we really, I mean, we have the 0.0292 cents in the next paragraph and I may have missed this, we may have already talked about this. Do we need to do this now?
I don't know that that amount of money is going to break the bank. I
Well,
think just to clarify, it's incorrect in the ordinances. So we have to, if we're aware of it, I think we have to correct it.
Okay, we could collect, sure. If we can't correct it November 5th, that's, we'll do with it, I guess.
Transparency.
Any other questions? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion to order for public hearing?
Aye.
Advertise for public hearing.
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved 7-0. Next, item 8C, proposed ordinance, an ordinance and amendment of chapter 94A of the Westerly Code of Ordinances entitled Business Registration. Amend section 94A-3 fees and 94A-4 procedure. Order advertised for public hearing on 7/27.
I'd like to order
26.
this for public hearing on 7/27/26.
I was going to amend this before we did that.
Don't we have to?
I will second that.
Yeah,
Rose.
don't we have to?
Oh,
do
yeah, you
that
have to,
for
that's right.
discussion?
Yeah, sure.
Motion made by Council Vandover, seconded by Council Healy. Discussion.
I'd like to, if you recognize me, I don't know if it's my turn yet.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Okay, this is something that I brought forward because, you know, obviously I've talked about it before, how unfriendly we are to small businesses as a state. I think there's 6 charts out there, we're 50th on 4 of them and 47th and 48th in the other 2. And here we are jumping on board in a true Rhode Island fashion. This has been taken over by the state, and well, not really. I'm gonna give the town some credit here. What was taken over by the state was the DBAs, okay? The fictitious names, the trade names, whatever you want to call them. I used to call them DBAs. And you have to register those with the state now. Now, anything that's not a DBA, which would be a LLC, S Corp, partnership, you're paying the $400 and the $50 annual report already. So what we're doing here is we're trying to catch the DBAs on a town level, but we're registering everything, okay? We're gonna register all businesses, but we really don't need to tax people $25 or not, a fee, I don't tax a fee, whatever you want to call it. Once we have them in the system initially, there's no reason to keep taking $25 out of their pocket every year. So I agree with the initial fee and I agree with the list itself. But I'd like to see a little relief for the small businesses in Westerly, and someday it would be nice to see the Chamber of Commerce come in and fight for the small businesses of Westerly, but they didn't, this wasn't on their radar. So what I'm looking to do is you pay the initial fee for $25 and you never do it again. Well, it's 15, but what we failed to tell the public when we did switch it to 15 a few months ago is there a $10 processing fee and another $1.34 for your credit card. So really it's like 26 and change. Okay, I know because I pay it. I hope I have the support there to help our small businesses, and they don't need to be doing this after the initial registration. That's what we're doing. But I got one more thing I want to add. 94A-5, display of registration, says every certificate of registration shall be placed in a conspicuous location in each business establishment. Listen, I've had a business, I don't know, 10, 15 years. I'd never placed this in my establishment. I've never seen one in another establishment. I mean, I've seen professional licenses and something from the health department if you go into a hair salon or a restaurant, but I don't think that this is high in people's list to display this. And I'm not saying, you know, let's have it, but let's cut that out. Let's cut that out because it's one of those things that nobody does anyway. And if we get rid of 94A-5, strike that from the, what is this, an ordinance? Strike that from the ordinance, then I'd like to pass it tonight. I'd like to move it forward. So my motion would be to strike out 94A-5 from the ordinance and move it forward.
Strike it out or just have it on hand?
We don't need me to have it on hand. Strike it out. We know where it is. They can print it off the computer if they need it. I would just strike it.
So there's a motion to strike 94A-5, display of registration. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
This is an amended motion. We can vote on this first after discussion.
Was that just the one amendment or was that?
Yeah, just the one amendment. I was just rambling a little bit in the beginning. This is the only thing I want to change.
Any other discussion? Yes.
My question actually might be for Town Manager Lacy. I have the budget open because I'm curious. I can't find where we budget the revenue for business licenses. I have a bunch of other things here for licenses. I'm sure that it's in the budget.
It's probably under fees on the clerk side, collection of fees.
Yeah, that's where I thought it would be too, but I just figured I guess my main point of doing this is to see what we're budgeted at. Because if yes, $26 is a year is a burden on many people and 100% there for that. But if we're not budgeting for a bunch of money, we're not anticipating getting a lot of money in for this, right?
No, it's not some big moneymaker that's coming in on an annual basis, but it's in the fee, it would be in the total fees from the clerk side.
Okay.
So if you're asking if it's gonna have an impact on the budget, is not charging it every year? Is that what your question is? As
Pretty
to
much,
why?
yeah.
I don't even know, Mary could ask how many business, I don't think there's 500 businesses.
We sent out over 1,000 postcards to different businesses.
So that's
To register.
two then, so.
So it would generate 15,000 on the
15,000.
fee,
There's
right?
more.
Yeah, on the fee. And then there's the $10 processing fee, which part of that goes towards the software. That's why we charge $10 fee.
Yeah, that's under revenue. I think it goes under various businesses, business licenses.
Okay.
But to answer your question, I don't think it would have a huge impact on anything.
I would be in favor of making this as easy as possible for people. But I also want to make sure that I'm not just, throwing out random revenue that the town is reliant on. And if it's more of I personally haven't heard anything, Councilor LaPetra, from small businesses or any businesses concerned about this. So my questions really are like more of an exploratory because I don't have any firm facts to
In
work
my
off
line
of.
of work, I do the tax return. I don't know, 500 small businesses in Westerly and Pawcatuck. Well, I guess Pawcatuck wouldn't matter, but I don't know how many businesses in Westerly, hundreds, let's say. I've heard a lot.
Okay.
A lot of people are a little aggravated with this, especially when they got to pay the $20 to the state now too. And like I said, it only really, I mean, this is something, the state is only really taking over the DBAs, trade names, however you want to call it. I still agree with us having the registry. I just don't agree with us taxing these people every year the $25, especially really 15 for the town. I think we could give some relief to the small business.
If we took into consideration the processing fee and the credit card and we lowered the actual fee to
Fees gonna be lower than,
dollars.
the fees gonna be lower than the processing, fee,
Exactly.
you know?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, that way they're not being held on such a high burden, but we're also not just like,
So now they're
cutting the process.
paying like $14 and we're only getting 2 or something. I think we hit them once with the $25. I don't like to use the word hit them once, but we get the initial registration, we charge the $25, we have them on file, we know where they are. I think that's enough, Alex.
I apologize
What?
about this crosstalk, President Duhamel. Do you think other towns have similar?
I probably,
That was my
uh,
question. My
uh,
question was, after how long does a business usually have to reapply? If not ever, then okay, I'm with you. But if it's a normal thing.
Let me just, I apologize, Sean. It's you still have to do it annually.
You have to?
You have to
You
do
have
it
to-
annually. It's just you're only paying a fee at the
Yes.
onset. So the annual, we're gonna make it simple enough. If nothing changed, you just said, that's the end of it.
But you don't pay the fee
Yeah,
again,
you
Alex.
don't pay a fee again. We want to know if someone's address updated, they
Yeah.
changed their address or something like that. Keep in mind, when we originally did this, that the state took over the name, business name.
DBAs.
It was only a one-time, Mary, right? You paid the fee once.
One time.
And then we want to make sure we have current up-to-date records, which is why it's an annual renewal, and the solicitors indicate there are other communities doing the same thing.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm 100%.
This has been a moneymaker. The state charges fees. For an engineer, it's $150 for a license.
Mhm.
I have
Chris,
2
when-
licenses.
Chris,
so
when we take a vote on the amendment and
every
get
year.
back to the general discussion.
Every year. So the fees that we're talking about are, it's one thing to keep track of them, but it's also to
Yeah.
make money.
Can we
So it's
vote?
not gonna be a lot of money.
Do you have a question on the amendment? Okay.
Mr. Filibuster? Yes.
Yeah, I just want to address the solicitor and the manager on this proposed amendment.
The amendment of 94A, 5.
Yes.
Display of registration.
From the town's perspective, is there any concern with striking that?
I don't have any concern. I mean, I know a business has to display their license. I mean, we're at a computer age, anybody can look anything up in a second if the enforcement end of things are in checking to see if a business is licensed.
Okay.
So no issue.
Mr. Conley, from the legal perspective, is there any concern with striking 94A-5?
No, essentially that, in these model ordinances, that's in there so that if there's a complaint that somebody is running a business and hasn't registered, the police can just walk in and say, show it to us. That's essentially why that's been in these kinds of ordinances over the years.
But no concern with striking it? Okay.
Any other questions on Council Shalaba?
Actually, for the town manager, so I just want to be clear. Right now, we have a $25 fee, 10 goes to the state. After the initial registration, the $15 fee is not going to be continued. Will they still have to pay that $10 fee? So it's really just a one-time $25 fee and that's it.
That's it. Yeah, the $10 will not have to, there'll be not an additional fee to register each year.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Move the amendment.
Any other questions for the
On the amendment,
for the amendment. It's eliminating
call the question.
section 94A-5, display of registration. Hearing no questions. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Amendment is approved, 7-0.
Now I have a
Now to
comment.
the original amendment, as modified, to approve to order advertise.
Yes,
So moved.
the motion was already made. You
Oh,
don't
I'm
need
sorry.
that.
Counselor Aiello, did
Yeah.
you want to say something?
Yes, please. On the annual re-registration, this is a registration too, it's not a license. So on the annual registration, I did get a phone call and had a lengthy conversation with someone, who probably you spoke to as well. And has the website been made easy so people can go into the registration and easily register? Or is it buried in licenses or how?
I haven't got any complaints that they haven't, and I'm sure I would have. At the very onset, I did get a couple regarding the fee amount because it was
Yeah.
something new. But I think it's, people have gotten through it. I mean, it's,
Do it, and then,
because the process is if you don't have an account set up through that program, so you create the account first, then you apply and you anticipate you're gonna pay the fee. Well, you don't pay the fee. Then it says, we're gonna get back to you in a few days with an email, because you have to go through all the checks. You gotta make sure you're in the zoning, right zoning, it's gotta be, in taxes are paid in good standing, and then you get an email, then you can pay the fee and then
All
you're
right.
all set.
so now on the annual,
Point of order,
Uh,
Bill, this isn't part of the ordinance, how to implement it.
Well, I can answer
If
that
this-
question for you. I did it last week if you like.
my
Right,
next,
is
that was a
is
lead in,
corrected?
that was a lead in to my next question, please. Sorry. All right. The annual renewal. Now, when people log in to do the annual renewal, if we approve this where there's no annual fee, it's not going to ask them for any money. It's going to just, they can do it, they can process it without being charged that processing fee.
We have a team in IT gonna develop
IT
it, but it's
looking
going
at
to
that.
be just if your information is correct, just proceed and that's the end of it.
If there's any change,
Obviously,
if there's
this would have to be
anything,
revised, the procedure to renew would have to be revised.
if there's any change, then they could be charged.
We try to make it as simple as possible. When you do it every day, it's very simple. When you're
Yeah,
doing it
yeah,
the first
yeah,
time,
yeah.
it becomes a
Yeah,
challenge.
I understand. I just wanted to make sure, because if it's the annual thing, that's why I asked about the initial.
Just to respond to Mr. Ello, I got the postcard in the mail, very clear, step-by-step instructions of the postcard, very concise, and at the end you pay. I would assume in a year, everything would stay the same, except at the end you don't pay. So that could be it too. But I thought it was very easy to follow and the postcard.
Thanks for that. Let's move this forward, if I could. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Any opposed to ordering advertised for 7/27? No, so this is approved 6-0. Counselor Vandover is not present. Moving on. 8D, proposed ordinance, an ordinance imposing a one-year moratorium on all data centers, order advertised for public hearing on 7/27. This was brought forward by, you wanted to move it forward?
Motion moving forward.
Second.
Motion moved forward, second by Counselor Healy. Discussion? Counselor Shalaba?
Actually, I have a question for the solicitor. Is there a potential, because this is a one-year moratorium on all data centers, and I would think that this is going to keep coming up. Can we put an evergreen clause in so we don't have to keep voting on this every year?
No. And the reason that you cannot is that the courts which have reviewed moratorium ordinances, without setting a specific time, it requires that you put findings in the ordinance and that the time periods of the moratorium are reasonably related to the basis. And so essentially, the 1 year has been kind of generally accepted for use kind of regulatory ordinances that are kind of complicated. So the idea is that that 1 year is reasonably related to how long, kind of on the outside, it would take our planning board to review it, come up with a recommendation of the council and the council to act on it. Now, if we get to that 1 year time period and and it's in process, and there's a reason why we haven't made that, we have, then we can do another ordinance. But we have to build those findings into that ordinance that serve as the basis for the extension. Because if, during this time period, somebody comes in and applies, they're subject to the moratorium. But essentially what the courts kind of look askance at is if, you have a situation where the municipality is continually delaying the regulatory ordinance just to prevent it altogether. So we can't build it in, but we can renew it if necessary with the appropriate findings as to why.
Okay, thank you. And in the meantime, it's 9:30. I make a motion to extend the meeting.
I'll second.
Motion made, seconded, all in favor, of extending the meeting?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed?
Yeah, me too.
Still in discussion, just had a quick question.
We're in discussion on this order advertised for public hearing on 7/27. Counselor Healy?
Just a quick question for our solicitor. How, and town manager Lacy, I suppose, how do we get this information to the planning board so they know that this, we have, in my opinion, when I look at this, we have a year time clock on it. Yes, we could come back, we could do it, but we're setting a precedence. I don't know if you guys saw, but as soon as we released this, Charlestown jumped on top of it. Other Washington County, they're all watching us and they're paying attention right now. So I want to do this the right way because Westerly can lead.
You will
it.
get the planning board a copy of the proposed ordinance. I mean,
Okay.
once it's passed as an ordinance. I mean, they're aware it's on the agenda.
Okay. The only thing that the ordinance didn't have in here was the battery energy storage systems. It's BESS. I don't, obviously this is gonna go forward, but I probably would like that to be something.
You can
that-
amend it that night.
So if I may, respond to that?
Please, please.
Yeah, so, in looking at the batteries, the SS pieces, the goal was to, define, identify, the data center, through that 1A and B, while B is the exclusive, is what's excluded.
Mhm.
1A is designed to include, get those kinds of systems within there without being so narrow that
Okay.
people don't get creative
Okay,
and get around it. So that's the goal.
Perfect.
You're right, it doesn't identify it separately, but it tries to identify it broadly enough that it gets those systems within it.
thank you so much for your work on
Yeah.
this. It's
Yeah.
a big thing for the town, so I appreciate you.
Thank you. Any other questions to move this forward to the 7/27/26 ordinance? Meeting? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ordinance is moved forward for advertising. Last on new business, item E, passive water recreational activities, Harbor Management Commission to work with the Board of Recreation, discussion and possible action. This is simply to refer the development of the Atlantic Avenue parcels to work with the Harbor Management to work with the Board of Recreation.
So moved.
Motion to approve?
Second?
Motion made, second.
Counselor Healy?
Oh, I guess we did it at the same time.
Counselor Healy, second by Counselor LaPetra. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Very good. Thank you for moving those on new business forward. Item 9, communications and reports, liaison reports. Do we have any liaison reports at this time?
I sat in with the economic development. Oh, they talked about some commercial projects going on in town, talked about the Bradford Community Center regarding the issues of PFAs. One of the board members, Mr. White, thinks that the EDC could do better, be more forthcoming and transparent. He would like to have the EDC empowering the EDC to let them present a project to the EDC, meaning these guys could come up with their own ideas. They also talked about going through the comp plan, talking about what they could tackle in there. And let's see. They also talked about Uber again and trying to figure out how we could get Uber to how to speak to get somebody from Uber or Lyft to either come in and talk to them. And it's been very difficult. So their next meeting is August 4th. And yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilor Niemeyer.
Although I was not able to attend, I do want to comment that the Semi-Quincentennial Commission had a very successful July 4th event with the time capsule and its burial. Congratulations to them. This was a lot of hard work. I'll particularly call out Mr. James Wolfe for all of his work on that.
It was a great event. It was a little hot, but it was still memorable. Any other liaison reports? Hearing none. Town Council, 7/13/26.
On, Mr. President, on the recommendation of the Westerly Harbor Management Commission about Egret Lane. I'd like to have the solicitor review that, and if it's, if everything's good to go, then prepare a resolution for the town council to submit for CRMC.
I'll second that.
Very good. Put that under solicitor's requests.
Thank you.
Town Manager.
There's two items on there. It's just a thank you letter from Wood River Health for their subsidy. And there's also a copy of the letter that was forwarded to Terry Gray from DEM regarding the Potter Hill Dam.
May I?
Councilor LaPitre.
I just want to say the second and last paragraph in the letter that Terry Gray was especially moving, and we eagerly await their reply. Thank you.
Yes, Councilor Vandover.
I'm not sure when I would like to announce this Town of Stonington meeting for the public hearing. Can I do that now, or when should I do that?
Doesn't fit until.
I know it didn't make it to the agenda, but it's coming up on the 21st. So I just wanted to let the people know about it. So you tell me where I can stick it.
Yeah, you want to mention in the town council report, the Stonington meeting?
Sure.
And what date?
21st of July, Tuesday, at 204 Miss Tuxet Avenue, Stonington Board of Education District Office in Mystic at 7 p.m. And also it is regarding the zoning map amendment application for an amendment to the Neighborhood Design District, NDD zone established under, it just gives their rules. Amendment includes the addition of 2 office buildings, 1 light manufacturing building, and associated site improvements. Properties are located at 511 Liberty Street and 1 additional unaddressed parcel, Pawcatuck Mac Block Lot 20-2-2 and 20-2-4. Properties are located in the H160 zone. So this is going to be a public hearing. So I would encourage everyone to get involved and go listen to what they have to say, because it does affect us here. Thank you.
Next, town solicitor. You have a report?
Nothing further this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Town clerk?
Yes, I just wanted to report that the state has approved the relocation of precinct 3604 from Venice Restaurant to the Westerly Police Station, and postcards will be mailed to all voters in that precinct, notifying them of the relocation of the polling place.
Very good. Agenda referrals and backlog agenda items to be assigned to future agendas. Is there anything tonight?
establish a new 8:30 curfew. Just kidding.
Egret Lane,
I,
Egret Lane is, move forward to agenda referral.
I'll be the second person on that if needed.
Yeah, that was under the request of the solicitor.
Request of the town manager by councilors. We'll call you anyways. Okay,
I had someone approach me and ask me about putting up a, closed from dusk to dawn sign, at the Bradford Preserve. There's a lot of people getting in there and partying and smoking weed and just using the trails in the dark with their motorized bikes or something. This is what they're telling me with their headlights. And it's making a lot of noise. So they were asking and wondering if, what's the procedure to try to put a sign up there that the park is closed from dusk till dawn.
I'll look into it. I would have to check to see even if it's set up that way from dawn to dusk, dusk to dawn. So, I know some of the there's no motorized bikes, so it shouldn't be making any noise. Yeah, and I know there's some of them ride at dusk. They do have lights on their bike as they're coming back. I certainly wouldn't discourage that. I mean, that's very actively used. If there's issues with people there at night partying, that can be certainly addressed by the police department by all means, so. I'll find
Can I
out.
just ask a clarifying question? Is this Bradford Preserve, the lacrosse field, or is this Bradford Elementary School?
I was told the preserve.
Wow, really?
Yeah. And they are people that live very, very close to the entrance.
They
just-
know the phone number to the police department. That's who they need to call.
Hate to discourage people from using the facility. Is some walk, see, I've seen people in there walking. I mean, they may walk the path at night and, the walking path.
I understand. I just wanted to present the question to see what.
It gets dark at 3:30 in wintertime. You're gonna cut it off? Gets dark at 3:30 in the wintertime. We're gonna cut it off then? No, yeah, that's.
Don't beat the messenger, Bill.
okay, any additional requests of the town solicitor?
I got one of the town manager real quick.
Okay, town manager?
Town Beach, one of the picnic tables has a busted seat. And then when you go into the right, the stake fence is out, most of that stake fence, and a couple all the way to the left too, when you walk up to the pavilion. So just a little bit of, you know that stake fence they have there with the ropes? There's, some of the stakes are out of the ground.
Stake?
The stake, I'm sorry, STAKE.
Yeah, yeah.
Stake
Okay, I
fence,
got
I don't
it.
know how to describe
I
it.
thought you said the state, like the state
No,
of
no,
Rhode Island.
stake, I'm sorry, that was me. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? Request of the town solicitor, we have Egret Lane. Anything else? Hearing none. Now we move to citizens' comments. This portion of citizens' comments is for 5 minutes to respond to, 5 minutes to bring up any topic that you'd like to speak to. Please come forward. I have a sign-up sheet with one person on it. Joy Cordio. Anyone after this can speak.
Joy Cordio, Tower Street, Westerly. Does it stay up? Okay, that's fine. Thank you. I'm concerned, in going back and listening to the meeting where my name was moved forward, that maybe you've made a procedural error here tonight. I was not the only name moved forward that wasn't interviewed by you, or rules weren't suspended, and yet you voted on 4 of them this evening. So There needs to be either some clarification for your rules for the public. You did not interview a gentleman, I believe it's named Bellucci, but sent a text and said, that's fine. I was never even called for an interview. I was just told that my name had been moved forward, and I would imagine that would be you that would put it on the agenda or would call people. Again, you talk about people volunteering and serving. I've worked as a volunteer coordinator. Volunteers are the salt of the earth. They are giving people they want to serve. And whether they've served 30 years or not, and their work isn't maybe up to snuff, they all deserve respect. Always. And what happened here tonight and the way you treat people and the way you, I will say, relinquished your authority. Say what you will about me, think what you will about me. And I know that it's personal, Counselor Healy. You would not do this to anyone else. You didn't do it to the other people that were at that meeting. Their names sailed through. You voted for them. You didn't even know that there had been a procedural mishap. It was only with me. So whatever. But treat the rest of the people in this town with some respect. And I know that you're going to have something beautiful and poignant to say, but I know what's going on, how and why. And you have made a mistake in the handling of your committee. And what happened here tonight was from the chair of the nominating committee. And that's all I have to say. That's not all I have to say. You're going to break for executive session. Remember that charter amendment. You cannot relinquish any interest in a town right of way. That's it.
Anthony Palazzolo, Pendleton Hill Road, North Stonington, Connecticut. While we're on the topic of the town charter, I'd like to submit this thumb drive, which has a copy of the amendment to the town charter, indicating that you are stripped of authority for surrendering, abandoning, or conveying any interest in rights of ways. Of course, the details of that are important, but it's also remember that that was passed by a 75-25 margin. And that just screams that the people of Westerly know that you can't be trusted with rights of ways. They don't believe you. The charade, the kabuki theater that occurred tonight, just par for the course. That's why that amendment was passed by a 75% margin. That's not even the beginning. I do want to thank Councilor Vandover, Councilor LaPetra, and Councilor Aiello for not only supporting Joy Cordio's nomination, but actually going to the mat for her. I think that that bucks the trend in a big way, and says a lot about you and how you respect the people and their interest in shoreline access. Stands in stark contrast to Alex Healy's treatment, which she's always said that she's a rights of way advocate, but She's also always said that she'll talk with anybody at any time. I couldn't even get one meeting with her once. Yeah, that's right. You blew me off. I gave you multiple chances. And what's the basis for her rights of way credentials? She explained it once. She basically said, the beach is my happy place. So I'm one of you and you don't have to worry about rights of ways at all. That's right up there with Councilor Shalaba saying she knows all about rights of ways because she reads the Facebook page on shoreline access. Do you read comic books about government too? Yeah, you really don't know what's going on. Let's just talk about one thing you don't know is going on right now. And that is what your solicitor, Bill Conley, did several meetings ago at the Spring Avenue Rights of Way hearing. During cross-examination of his witness, Joe Priestley, the topic of an August 5th, 1940 Rights of Way report came up. That is by far and away the most important day and most important document in the history of rights of way in Westerly. You know what your solicitor did? Your solicitor moved that the document be excluded from CRMC proceedings. He tried to get the CRMC to ignore the most important document for rights of ways in Westerly ever. 19 of them are listed in there. He did that. And by the way, you can watch the video. It's up on YouTube. Look for CRMC proceedings. You people at home can do it. You can watch him. He's citing case law, telling the CRMC why that document should never be considered by them. And once he convinces them of that, then they're not going to listen to it when it comes to Niantic Avenue. They're not going to listen to it when it comes to Wapan Road. They're not going to listen to it when it comes to Winnapaug Road. He just undermined 85 years of rights of way history in the town of Westerly, or at least tried to. Thank God the CRMC refused to do what he asked them to do. And the irony of it all is when that report was voted on that night, August 5th, 1940, the council invited the press there and they read the report into the meeting, into the record, and they asked the press to write it all down word for word and publish it in their 3 different newspapers because they knew that report would be suppressed. And they were right. It surfaced 80 years later because Sue Cornacchia searched the newspapers and we were able to find it. You would do well to learn from Joy Cordio and not reject her. Thank you.
Good evening, John Gagne, 6 Lower Jansen Avenue. Councilor Aiello, it made me laugh because you reminded me that, yes, when I had to get a secret clearance in the service for handling certain communication gear, you have to undergo a big background check. But we talk a lot about justice, and in fact, there's a lot of talk about social justice and justice and reform and et cetera, et cetera. But when it comes to civil rights, it's really critical. And I'm glad you guys, you took the position of not putting a charter question, but I'd really caution you on putting it on an application. Yes, I am aware that a speeding ticket isn't going to show up on a BCI check. But is your average citizen going to be aware of that? Is this going to be a welcoming place where people are going to engage in civil government, where they get to work on their civil rights? Do we believe in redemption? Somebody makes a mistake. This time as a police officer, I'm sure that Sean ran into a lot of nice people that made mistakes, paid their debt to society, got themselves squared away. But should they be the subject of the rumor mill, everything else, small town America? I mean, it's there anyway. I've had friends that have been have had made mistakes and made themselves right. I've had friends that have been falsely accused and run through the ringer. So before we embark on this, I would strongly, again, from a perspective of redemption, people make mistakes. Once they're right, they're right. If they're qualified to run, I mean, quite honestly, if they're gonna be on the multicultural committee, they're gonna be the architectural review committee, are we concerned? I mean, should we, if we're really concerned, and Councilor Aiello can attest to this, you can't get a secret clearance if you have a bad credit rating. Why? Because you're susceptible to corruption, to bribery. You appoint people on the planning board. Planning board applications, approval or disapproval, can mean a lot of money to people. Somebody has a bad credit rating. Should we ask for their credit rating? Wouldn't we be discriminating against people who want to get involved in government, but that may not necessarily have the credit rating that I do or someone else does? That's that's established that they're starting out. That'd be discriminatory. So I'd be very, very cautious of discouraging people, especially if they're on the right path, especially if they've made a mistake, and especially if they want to come back and redeem themselves in the eyes of their other citizens, just to participate. So that's that. With regard to water, I would strongly attended a meeting. Councilor Van Dover was there, where they're going to do a large development over in Stonington. They drink from our water. We heard about the agreement. We need to start talking to our fellow towns, our neighboring towns. When I was on the council, we were talking routinely with Rob Simmons, John Prue, all the selectmen over there, Mike Spellman. We actually, would work back and forth with each other. But it's very important that our planning departments do that. That are the water department, that we're all able to talk from the same, that the manager's talking to the first selectman over in Stonington. We're one community. We're one water system. We're two towns and two states, but we need to work together. And quite honestly, that's part of your job, to make sure it's a way you're going to protect the community and a way we can work together. So again, the water system, I think it's really important. I think it's important to have a real good bottom line on it. I think you should know what the cost is to install a new pump, a new well. What's the cost associated with that to bring that online? That would be good to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please come forward.
Hi, I'm still Ellen Kane. I still live at 76 Winnapaug Road. I'd like to make a couple of comments. One is about the potential charter issue on sort of the background checks. I think it was Councilor Healy talked about people being happy if asked to talk about their redemption story. I don't think the town council is in the position, I certainly am not, to make judgments about people's redemption. But I think it's very naive to assume that, everyone is happy to discuss that. People are, there's a whole range of people wanting privacy about what they have been through. And I don't know that serving on a commission or a board, really requires that degree of transparency. So I haven't looked at it very carefully, but I think that we really need to look at that closely before making a blanket decision on that, and really discouraging a lot of people who could contribute a lot, but don't want to share information that they don't feel is public, or they don't want to be speaking to. Getting back to the confusion about Joy Cordio's appointment. I thought I covered all the political disasters that could happen, but I did not think about this happening. So I stand corrected. I would hope that, given the confusion about this, again, about whether people were interviewed, procedure is followed, is the procedure written down, were some people's names put forward without interviews, whereas Joy's and that was no problem to vote on, but Joy needs to have an interview. I would hope that the minutes of the meeting can reflect some of the complexity of this. And I know it's, believe me, I know minutes can be burdensome to do, but I think that in order to follow the discussion and what happened, it's important to kind of expand on this a little bit, to be very clear. I'm also concerned about her candidacy going back to the appointments committee, because I'm not sure exactly about the procedure, but if that means interviews and if that means another vote, presumably she might not be voted forward by the appointments committee. Her qualifications, I do not believe, will have changed between now and whenever the committee meets. And I think that given her expertise, given what the town needs, she, as a candidate, deserves to have the full vote, of the town council on her candidacy, rather than having a smaller vote, sort of 2-1. So I would hope that as it goes back, her candidacy will be brought forward for a full vote. And again, I hope if people do vote against her, that you will state your reasoning, because it's not on qualifications. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak at this time? Seeing none, moving on to the council's response. Any council like to respond? Councilor Healy?
Thank you for all of your comments. Just to start off at the top, we decided not to move forward the BCI question. We all already discussed that. The amount of money for the well, we also discussed that we have a study. Money was put aside. That will be coming to the full council. As far as minutes go, we have great minutes, and we also record everything because we know that the importance is there. On the other people that were brought to the council, they were all interviewed. There were 2 different meetings. You were brought up on 6/24 when you put in your application, Joy, on 6/22. So that gave 2 days. So no, I did not call you because there's not enough time to get the agenda posted to get you on. And then the next meeting was the 7th, where we already had interviews lined up. So there was no other time unless we were going to be here. I think we got out whatever time we got out. So there was there's no hiding anything. It just wasn't on there. I'm not faking joy. However, like I said, so there was 2 meetings. I do trust our secretary. She was voted in by the majority when she contacts people and says if they're interested. I'm going to take her word for it because we are on a committee together and work great together. So if me bringing up a procedural concern caused this much, whatever you want to call it, there was a vote on the table. It was removed. There was another vote out there. It was removed. You were pushed forward. There's nothing here that prevented that by me saying, hey, I'm not sure how this is. Let me talk to the solicitor. As far as Mr. Palazzolo goes, I was deposed, as you know, and I submitted all of the information, including text messages and the time frame of all of our phone calls. So I'm sure that our solicitor would be able to get that information for you if you'd like to be provided with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilor LaPetra, you get your hand up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, let me say, I served with Joy Cordio the last council, and, I mean, anyone in town, whether you love or hate her or indifferent, there's no question that she's a rights way advocate. None. I never heard anyone question that. I think what we did see tonight was a little bit of kabuki theater, and even though I never criticize Councilor Nehemiah ever. I think Mike is a great counselor, and I know he's not part of the Kabuki Theater. He never would. But he made maybe one of his first mistakes tonight, where we have to get over this thing where the town council was getting overridden by this appointments committee. We could have very easily just brought the name forward, Joy Cordio, and taken that vote tonight. I don't know what kind of procedural rules the subcommittee has. It doesn't matter. I don't care what kind of rules they have. We should have taken that vote tonight. Instead, now we can't even talk about it again for a month. Is that a little bit of kabuki theater that nobody can get together in the meantime? Maybe. I'm a little disappointed. And I think that Mr. Palazzola, probably there was some truth in what you suspected, but we'll just get it right in a month. We're just going to try to get it right in a month, and I think that the majority of the people on this council do recognize that Joy is an advocate and invaluable for rights of way. So I don't expect a problem in 32 days. Bye.
Any other comments? Councilor Niemeyer?
As Councilor LaPetra just pointed out, this is something we disagree on. And I may be defensive of the committee that I used to chair to a fault. And perhaps that was a fault tonight. But I have every confidence that they will correct this, and that everything will move forward smoothly in a month.
Anyone else?
Make it quick. Yeah, and for Joy Cordio, and I wish we would have voted tonight. I think none of us are perfect, and we all have our areas of knowledge and our areas of passion. And I think you far exceed, no offense to the people on the appointments committee, I think they all have their own depth of knowledge. But I think you far surpass their knowledge of rights of ways and shoreline and harbor management issues at this point. So I think it was a disservice to you and to the community not to do it tonight. And I hope it moves forward. I mean, you and I have agreed and disagreed on some things. It's just the way it is, but you do it respectfully. And we're good with that. And so I really wanted to expound on that a little bit. And yeah, I had a couple other comments, but it's getting late. So, thank you, Tony and John, for coming up. And if I miss Ellen, always a pleasure. So thank you all for coming and speaking. Appreciate it.
Councilor Vandover?
Yeah, thank you guys for coming up. Joy, we'll fix this and we'll make it right. We all know how valuable you are to this town. I will make sure that I go home tomorrow and I will be listening to both the minutes of the tapes of those meetings, and we will straighten this out. So I don't want you to think that it's just going to get pushed to the wayside. It certainly will not. And I will do everything in my power to move you forward. Thank you for understanding. And I'm going to make sure also that everybody was treated fairly and the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'll just quickly add, the appointments committee has a process that they've stuck with and they've fought for, and it wasn't followed in this case, and we'll see what happens going forward. And as far as the water that Planning Board member John Gagne has brought up for the Stonington project, just so the public understands, the water system as managed by the town manager and the Public Works Department has a strict process that goes through professional engineering reviews, reviews for well capacity, distribution capacity. It's not just a checklist item that you can easily dismiss. The water department has to go through this with their consultants, with their internal review, in order for any development to go forward. And if there's deficiencies found by this proposed development, the proposed development has to pay those monies. It's not the town of Westerly taxpayers. It's going to be the developers that are going to have to pay for those improvements. So I have great faith in our manager and his staff. I don't see, it has nothing to do with the town council, but the town council will be apprised of this. We'll make certain that our capacity is met, through our oversight of the manager. So that's all I have. I thank you all for coming tonight. The town council has, one more agenda item to move towards executive session, possible executive session.
Motion move to executive session.
Motion to move under General Law 4246-4 and 42-46-5A2 litigation, Watch Hill Fire District et al. Versus Town of Westerly et al. Case number WN 2023-0190. Motion's been made by Council Shalaba. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Council Van Dover. Poll vote.
I would,
Council Aiello.
yeah, I just want to say something before the vote, is that, getting late after 10 o'clock, so I'm a no vote.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Chair votes yes. 5-1 is the determination. We are now in executive session. let me know. Thought I'd ask. The town council closed the executive session to hear an update from our solicitors on the litigation regarding Watch Hill Fire District et al. Versus Town of Westerly et al. The council closed the executive session and sealed the minutes without taking any action. Do I have a motion to close the executive?
So moved.
So
Second.
moved, seconded. Council Healy, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You're now adjourned. Thank you all.